Faso and other American and European brands.
Since I've been working here, I learned a lot. I have a lot of stories of people who were just at home not doing anything for years.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to each one of you. I'm just waiting for everyone to be done with lunch and sit down so that we can start our first session on time. And I'd like to request everyone in the hall to please take your seats and settle down. Our speakers for this session are already here, and we will start as soon as everybody is seated. Thank you. Once again, requesting everyone to please settle down. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and very, very welcome to the 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave. It's great to see all of you back here, and I'm happy to now begin the first session for this conclave, Models of Financing in Africa's Growth Story. And for this session, we have with us our panelists, and I'd like to invite Mr. Kuppuswamy to kindly take over and moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Friends, excellencies, and businessmen, both in the dais and in the audience. So it's that time of the year in Delhi again. Festive as far as Indo-African collaboration goes. The 19th CII India-Africa Business Conclave. And we are starting straight away with finance, which is going to control the arteries of development in Africa. We all know that post-COVID, African countries have demonstrated excellent resilience, with an average growth projected to stabilize at 4% in 2024-25. Which will be a nearly 1% increase from 2023 in spite of various challenges. Value addition in African manufacturing sector again has rebounded to 315 billion in 2023, surpassing the pre-pandemic levels. But we also know that Africa, like elsewhere, faces substantial financial gap. In this case, around $400 billion by 2030 for accelerating the country's economic structural transformation, which necessitates strategic investments in sustainable development goals areas such as education, energy, technology and innovation, and transport infrastructure, which leads to production. ADB estimates that the continent's infrastructure financing gap will reach $170 billion annually by 2025, with a funding gap of $100 billion every year. This shortfall can be mitigated through a blended finance, including impact investing. A key element of this approach is patient capital, where long-term investments are maintained by investors in spite of short-term challenges. As part of India's innovative financing, the Maitri Scholarship Scheme has been launched for students enrolled in Indian universities for all programs, including PhD. There are several sectors and avenues for collaboration. To cite one, healthcare, where India can assist by providing both training and telemedicine knowledge, along with implementing different financial models, building hospitals and health centers under various schemes. Indian stakeholders in partnership with African development bodies can finance through project portable bonds designed to mobilize pension and life insurance funds in emerging economies. Indian banks, collaborating with multilateral development banks, can provide short-term flexible loans for governments to buy debentures or convertible bonds to finance their initial phases. In fact, our own models have been in two stages, one for the study itself and the other for the project finance. Sovereign guarantees have turned out to be a problem. Solutions have been emerging. I expect that during this session we'll be coming across models of substitutes for sovereign guarantees. Additionally, economic models like BRICS, from which South Africa has been benefiting, can be implemented to enhance the linkages in debt and equity markets of other African nations, thereby exposing them to spillover effects. Challenges a lot, solutions many more. I do expect that we'll have a very mutually beneficial session today. I request Ms. Wendy Werner, Country Head of India Maldives of IFC, to address us. I'll request the speakers to limit themselves to 5 minutes each, so that we'll have time for questions and answers. Thank you very much. Wendy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, and it's such an honor to be with you all to discuss this very important area. So the International Finance Corporation is the private sector part of the World Bank Group. We only invest in the private sector, and we're here to develop the private sector. India is our biggest global market, and Africa as a region is also one of our primary targets. So it's the perfect confluence of our two biggest markets here. And we are here to help catalyze private development for development objectives to achieve the impact that we want as a World Bank group. The primary expectation and the role that IFC can play in this is around financing, but it's also around developing an ecosystem, improving project pipeline, improving project development. And we have, over the last 5 years, invested more than $320 million with Indian companies looking at Africa and investing in Africa. And so this is a primary area. We expect more growth, and we want to see Indian companies looking at the African market. one of the three or four main areas where IFC can assist in this space is to, as our dear moderator highlighted, look at blended concessional financing. IFC has mobilized more than $1 billion with our partner MIGA from concessional finance for both direct lending and for guarantees in Africa over the last few years, since 2017. And we are also looking at growing the space in local currency financing in Africa. So the ways that we can support your expansion into Africa from India is multiple ways, through both local currency, but also financing off of parent company balance sheets out of India. We have also, and I think we'll discuss this later, looked at trade finance and supply chain finance. Particularly, there's a very interesting project in the last few years done around medical equipment, and that uses a major kind of supplier as an anchor. The third major area where IFC provides financing, but also advisory and support, is project preparation through public-private partnership transaction advisory. And we also look to bring in the financing on the other side of concessions. So these are larger infrastructure projects where IFC can support. And we are very pleased often to partner with our sister organization, MIGA, which provides investment guarantees. And MIGA has guaranteed more than $1 billion in political risk insurance cover on equity and debt investments in Africa over the last few years. So we're very fortunate also to have here in Delhi a MIGA representative. So if MIGA is part of the package that you want to consider for Africa projects, we have a local source. And finally, IFC is present and invested more than $15 billion in the whole continent of Africa, and we have 29 offices and more than 750 staff across all of Africa. There is no market in Africa where we are not present and investing. So I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very excited to discuss how IFC and all of the financial institutions and business investors can work together to increase investment into Africa. Thank you.
That was very short and sweet, Wendy. Thank you very much. I hope you'll have a lot to offer in the question-answer session. May I now request Mr. Jiva Mengistu, Head of Export Credit Agency Finance, TDB, to deliver his address.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for letting TDB participate in this, and I also would like to share the best wishes of our group president and MD, Managing Director. Trade and Development Bank, recently we started 2017. Otherwise, for many Indian suppliers, we could still be remembered as PTA Bank, Preferential Trade Area. That is an old name, which rebranded to Trade and Development Bank. The full name still remains Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank. We are the financial wing of COMESA, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa region. TDB, we have 25 member countries in the East and the South. Now we are moving into the West, bit by bit, encroaching the Western market and gradually becoming a continental. We've been in the market for the last 40 years. And like our name shows, we are Trade and Development Bank. We do both trade and development, that is project finance projects in our region. You may know our region is a bit challenged in terms of its credit risk. We have to do something by helping in both trade and development area, long-term financing. Although AFREXIM does trade finance and African Development Bank does the long-term portion substantially, but we do cover the areas that both of these companies don't, these institutions don't do. Fortunately, they also are our partners. Our major financial institution shareholder is AFDB. We don't see any competition with AFREXIM and AFDB. We all partner in discharging our responsibilities in the region in trade and development area. The main challenge has been, the cost of funding has been growing, and TDB, instead of just being limited to a bank, we have now expanded into a group. We're trying to provide blended financing. We created recently a trade development fund, which could mobilize soft loan financing angle. We have been trying to do a blended financing in the long term, medium to long term. That is on course. And the other thing is our partnership with several financing institutions, DFIs and ECS, export credit agencies. In India, we have a very good relationship with Exim Bank of India. And the other partners, we partner with IFC in co-financing, in doing other deals with European DFIs and other financial institutions. The bank's participation in co-financing and doing projects alone has expanded over the years, and we have also now started directly getting involved in ECA financing, export credit agency financing. And our ECAs have been having issues with going directly to some of our member countries, just for the obvious reason that our member countries are challenged when it comes to their risk rating. They are really challenged, and ECS, they even are scared of going directly to certain sovereigns. For that reason, we have to come in to assist them by facing the ECA as guarantor or as borrower, so that we can on lend to our member countries or private investors. In some instances, we may, if they have issues, sovereigns have issues with IMF restriction, we may try to look at financing government-owned, but with their own standalone balance sheet. In that case, we will be able to assist them without letting the government affect its balance sheet. We are trying to expand our coverage. The COVID has shown us a lot of issues, and we managed to extend some of their loan repayment period so that they can manage the challenges of COVID. And our partnership with the DFIs and private investors, financial institutions, especially local financial institutions, by providing them with credit lines, we have managed to expand our impact, or rather to make deepen our contribution to the region's development, as well as integrating the region. That is what we've been doing, and we continue doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mengistu. Before I request the Honorable Minister from, later I'll be requesting the Honorable Minister from Burkina Faso to be prepared a little in advance. I request the organizers to have the translating machines both on the dais and in the audience. I now request Dr. James Mwangi, CBS Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Equity Groups Holdings, Kenya. To give his
Thank you very much for this unique opportunity to address a business gathering of India and Africa. And broadly, Equity Group Holdings is currently the largest banking group in terms of market capitalization in sub-Saharan Africa. Has operations in 6 countries: Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and DRC. And so that puts into perspective the aspects we'll be talking about. And it's ranked as Africa's strongest financial brand. The financial group consists of banking, insurance, technology, and foundation that provides philanthropic branded finance. So in terms of financing African growth story, I get excited because if you are financing growth, it means then the opportunities of recovery are very strong because it's a growth story of the African continent. And Equity has chosen to develop 2 distinctive models. The first one is branded finance. And Equity's branded financing model is housed in Equity Group Foundation. Equity Group Foundation acts as a platform for collaboration and partnerships between Equity Group, the insurance, the banking, financial products, development banks like with IFC and Africa Development Bank, where we collaborate, philanthropists and global foundations that helps to mitigate and de-risk and lower the cost of funding. So essentially it becomes branded in that sense. This financing is essential, particularly because some components of financing in African growth story are not of a commercial nature. They require grants to de-risk and capacitate, particularly to guarantee inclusion, giving everybody a chance and an opportunity to participate in economic activities. Development banks lengthen the tenure of the funding as we look at it, and brings in a component of capacity building, again, and de-risking, whether it is through guarantees. And so essentially, Equity then brings the commercial banking aspect of it, and that then becomes suitable for different growth stories. The second one is the commercial banking, but this time combining trade finance and debt financing. The African continent's opportunity of growth require a huge opportunity for trade and finance. The African Continental Free Trade Area has given a huge opportunity of intra-country trade, while at the same time, trade connecting Africa with the rest of the world. The best tool here is using trade finance to lower the cost and to have the appropriate tools for globalizing trade. The third aspect, of course, is the commercial debt, which then is matched to the tenure of the projects being financed. And we have short-term, medium-term, and long-term. It can range from working capital to long-term debt and anything in between. That model of a commercial banking, as we traditionally know it, is appropriate for scaling growth and, more importantly, working capital. The last component is where we bring in long-term financing through the investment bank and the life insurance. And this is long-term funds that are not looking for interest, but they are looking for a share of the prosperity that is developed through growth. And that then takes a capital position that shares into the returns and shares into the wealth. This model of financing can take a long-term position, is patient capital, and is very appropriate for growth phase in development and also for expansion and development. So we have 4 models in one within the equity group because of being a financial group other than a banking or an insurance or an investment group. And because of collaboration and partnership, then we are able to bring syndication and partnership in playing into financing. The unique aspect of it is when we pull it together, then we are able to cover the whole aspects of financing, including capacitating, including risk, whether it's MIGA, we take their guarantee, whether it's African Development Bank's guarantees, so that the risk and pricing is managed upfront because of the way the structure of the financing model has been built. The last one is then using the investment bank to take our customers who require financing to the capital markets. And capital markets are rapidly growing, and then this allows participation of others to the entrepreneurial dreams of African growth. And so raising long-term funding through the capital markets, raising long-term debts and commercial paper through the capital markets. So those are the 5 models that equity brings on the table in financing the growth story of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kwena. You covered the entire gamut of short to long-term finance, patient capital, everything. I do hope people will have questions for you. If they don't, one of us will certainly ask you some questions. I now request Honorable Mr. Abubakar Nakanabo, Minister of Economy, Finance and Forward Planning from the People's Republic of Burkina Faso, to deliver a special address. You'll be making in French or French? So those who don't have translating machines, please ask for them. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Donc, merci beaucoup à tout le monde. Merci pour l'opportunité que vous nous donnez pour échanger sur une thématique aussi importante. Mais avant tout, je voudrais transmettre les cordiales salutations du gouvernement du Burkina Faso au gouvernement de la République de l'Inde pour toutes les commodités mises à la disposition de notre délégation pour échanger sur ces thématiques assez importantes. Alors, ici, il s'agit d'échanger sur le financement de l'histoire de la croissance de l'Afrique. Je voudrais dire que pour soutenir la croissance, la première source de financement, la plus sûre, la plus pérenne, c'est la mobilisation des ressources domestiques. Il est important que les pays puissent effectivement arriver à accroître leur capacité de mobilisation des ressources domestiques. Cela est capital pour toute croissance et les autres ressources viennent en appoint. Mais quand on parle de mobilisation des ressources domestiques, il est important qu'on ait un secteur privé fort. Et ce secteur privé fort, pour l'avoir, il faut avoir des infrastructures adaptées, il faut avoir une réglementation à la hauteur des attentes. C'est pour cela que je voudrais articuler mon propos autour de 3 points. Naturellement, le premier, c'est la mobilisation des ressources domestiques. Le deuxième, c'est le financement avec des partenaires, que ce soit des banques multilatérales de développement, que ce soit la coopération bilatérale, mais aussi le financement au niveau du marché régional pour des régions où effectivement il y a un marché monétaire ou un marché financier dynamique. et terminer par la contribution du secteur financier, du secteur privé en termes d'investissement direct ou à travers les modèles innovants comme le partenariat public-privé. Donc, je disais que le plus important, c'est la mobilisation des ressources domestiques parce que c'est la ressource la mieux maîtrisée par l'État et c'est aussi la ressource qu'on utilise sans être astreint à respecter des conditionnalités qui ne sont pas toujours favorables au développement des économies. Donc, les efforts à fournir pour mobiliser les ressources en interne, c'est essentiel. Mais comme je le disais, il faut un secteur privé fort. Et justement, c'est là où il est nécessaire qu'en plus des ressources domestiques qu'on mobilise, qu'on puisse avoir un accompagnement pour réaliser des infrastructures structurantes. Et cet accompagnement peut venir des banques multilatérales de développement, je pense à la Banque mondiale, je pense à une banque comme la Banque africaine de développement, et bien sûr d'autres possibilités de financement qui peuvent s'offrir. Et si on arrive à travers ces financements à réaliser des infrastructures structurantes, des infrastructures routières, des infrastructures énergétiques, également des infrastructures pour améliorer la connectivité, tout cela va permettre de disposer d'un environnement favorable pour une éclosion d'un secteur privé dynamique. Et si on a justement ce secteur privé dynamique, c'est ce secteur privé qui va contribuer à l'amélioration considérable des ressources domestiques. Et le secteur privé peut intervenir à plusieurs niveaux, peut contribuer à plusieurs niveaux. Vous avez les investissements directs. Dès lors que le pays a une réglementation qui permet d'assurer la sécurité juridique et la sécurité des investissements, et bien sûr, les pays disposent d'infrastructures adaptées. Cela va faciliter la production au niveau du secteur privé et ce secteur privé va contribuer fortement à la croissance économique et naturellement contribuer aussi à la mobilisation des ressources domestiques. Et la contribution du secteur privé, comme je l'ai dit, ça peut être direct, mais ça peut aussi être par le biais des partenariats publics-privés qui permettent aux États de disposer d'infrastructures assez importantes sans forcément s'endetter, parce que la question de la soutenabilité de la dette est aussi une question essentielle. Donc, avec les partenariats publics-privés, c'est bien sûr des possibilités qui sont données aux États de pouvoir disposer d'infrastructures à travers le financement d'un partenaire privé qui va exploiter ces infrastructures et rétrocéder à l'État. Donc, tout cela contribue véritablement à mettre l'environnement qu'il faut pour un secteur privé assez fort. Et si on arrive à le faire ainsi, on aboutit bien sûr à un État qui arrive à mobiliser considérablement les ressources domestiques. Donc en réalité, tout se tient. L'État doit faire sa part en mobilisant les ressources domestiques, mais bien sûr en levant des ressources pour des infrastructures structurantes, ce qui va faciliter donc le développement du secteur privé qui va naturellement contribuer à la mobilisation des ressources domestiques. Donc, en définitive, je pense qu'il y a toutes ces actions à mener concomitamment et à faire en sorte que les États puissent véritablement aller vers une croissance durable. Parce que quand vous regardez aujourd'hui en Afrique, les chiffres sont assez clairs. Les gaps en matière d'infrastructures, en matière de financement des infrastructures, c'est plus de 100 milliards de dollars. C'est assez énorme, mais ça montre aussi le potentiel qui existe. Donc, les investisseurs privés ont en tout cas du potentiel à saisir dans la mesure où, pour réaliser ces infrastructures, ça fait véritablement beaucoup d'argent à injecter, mais ça fait aussi beaucoup de profits futurs pour ces investisseurs. Donc, je voudrais simplement dire qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons beaucoup d'opportunités en Afrique, nous avons beaucoup de possibilités et la croissance en Afrique ne va faire que s'améliorer, ce qui donne donc une possibilité à tous les investisseurs de tous les États qui peuvent effectivement venir investir en Afrique pour fructifier bien sûr les affaires, mais contribuer aussi à améliorer donc la croissance dans les pays africains. Je voudrais vous remercier pour votre attention et me tenir disponible s'il y a d'autres points sur lesquels on peut encore échanger. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable. US is a country rich in manganese and gold. I'm sure you will have solutions available for prospective investors, how they can reap the benefits out of that and give benefits to the society also. More of it probably in the question answer session. May I request Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoa, Deputy Minister of Finance from the Republic of Ghana, to deliver a special address.
Thank you very much. It's a big pleasure to be here and to be part of this important meeting. Greetings from my president and my minister from Ghana. I'm very happy to also contribute to this theme, models of financing in Africa's growth story. I am very sure that most of us here are aware of the fact that there are different models. The most prominent one is external debt financing. Most Africans, including the West African sub-region and my own country. Although it helps in some aspects of our development, it poses debt sustainability issues and affect our fiscal space as a continent, which we need to look at. We also have other financing models such as grant support from our development partners and then foreign direct investment. And they are declining. For instance, in Ghana, grant support as a percentage of the national budget has fallen from over 44% in the early 1990s to less than 3% in early 2020s. And then if you have FDI, which is foreign direct investment, it takes the same trend. It is an indicative of the fact that we need to seek deeper and look for other sustainable models that will support Africa in developing a continent that will be fully economically independent. And one of the models is also public-private partnership, PPP. I think it is an area that we need to also channel our attention to unlock the private sector support in terms of financing. And that is the only area that I think at present we need to really concentrate on, because it builds a relationship that really gives us the needed permanency in terms of consistency in supporting our programs. Aside that, I am also suggesting that we need to also look at PPP in the sense of private. We have public-private. What about private-private? There are a lot of good private investors in most of the countries in Africa. How are we building that relationship, even outside the circles of the central government? Ghana, for instance, we have a lot of Indians, Chinese, Europeans, and others who are engaging in private businesses. And some of them are doing greatly well. And I'm sure we need to look at that fact. And I also think that when we are financing African countries and development, sometimes we fail to attend to the integrated, in my opinion, I call something strategic integrated development system, where we look at the fact that there are policy boundary factors connecting trade, connecting agriculture, connecting infrastructure, connecting industries, it's connecting health and other areas. Because once you finance one side and the other side is not doing well, it places some sort of negative impact, or it negates the achievement that you have in one area. So I think as a continent, we need to also have models that will put in place these areas that you cannot do one and leave the other. And also build relationship between us within the sub-regions in terms of financing needs, how we can help each other. I think it's very important. Once we do that as a country or as a continent or sub-region, we can be very strong and make sure that we derive the needed development synergies that we are all looking forward to, and also attain the economic independence that we need to enable us rub shoulders with other continents and build the globe that we also need. I also think it is also very important that we also concentrate largely on SMEs, because especially in Ghana and other countries close to Ghana, SMEs occupy about 90% of our market or our economy. And financing SMEs in most African countries will also make sure that we strengthen our economy and attain the needed economic growth and stability, because we call something systematic risk index. I mean, SMEs index normally is far less than 1, and they are not connected strongly with the macroeconomic indicators, which we concentrate on all the time. So I will admonish the financing unit to concentrate mostly on SMEs in Africa, particularly in West Africa. By building them, we can grow and become highly independent and also sustain our economy and growth. And by doing that, we create the needed jobs and strengthen our currency. The last thing I want to talk about is, if we're talking about financing trade, it's important. But what supports the trend? The springboard is the raw material, availability of them. How can we help translate these raw materials into secondary products so we can trade the secondary product, not the primary product? By doing that, we become strong, we create jobs, we design the needed value chains, and as a country, we can always not be affected by other parts of the world when they are economically affected. The last thing is post-COVID has really taught us a lot of lessons, that we need to channel our finances in areas that can sustain our country and build the needed resilience as a continent and as a sub-region. And by doing that, we need to make sure that we maximize the capacity usage of our natural resources, our raw materials, our fertile lands, our timber, our gold, our fruit, our lithium, and all these things, and make sure that the factories are built in Africa. We should finance them there so that we rather export the product. And by doing that, Africans will always be Africans and be strong and work with the other parts of the world. So I think we need to design new paradigm shift in terms of financing models and make sure that we help Africa not only when we have problems, not only when we want to support the infrastructure aspect, but connecting our raw materials to the industry level. I call it from farms to the factory. We need to finance each segment, and I'm sure it will help us as a continent. Thank you very much. Time may not allow me.
Thank you, Doctor. I think we have completed one round of addresses by the audience, by the days. You completed your speech? Your speech is over? Everyone has spoken, I suppose. You're not? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Doctor. So please. Please. Dr. Solomon Pena, please.
Okay. Your Excellencies, both from Africa and also from India, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Whenever we have governments in the room, we always have to go through the right protocol. So let me first of all thank the government of India and the Confederation of Indian Industry for organizing this conclave. I'm very honored to be here in person. This is my first time attending a conclave. However, we've had, very good relationships, of course, with the government of India being one of the shareholders in the African Development Bank, but also very good, relationships with CII as well as India-XM, and we've organized, several India-Africa, collaboration, forums over the period. So Africa has made significant progress in reducing the proportion of the population living below the poverty line. However, multiple crises recently have offset these gains, causing economic contraction and increased poverty. And as the Honorable Minister from Ghana mentioned, in addition, the large unplanned expenses by government during the COVID period, exacerbated by the Ukraine-Russia, war, has led to really very limited fiscal capacity in governments, and hence governments really have no choice but to support their continuing development through public-private partnerships and private sector, because the public sector funding is not available. And in addition, even the Western countries that used to provide ODA in the form of grants have also limited capacity as well. So you can either look at this as a non-opportunity, or you look at it really as an opportunity, and I'm putting this forward to the Indian private sector, but also the African private sector, gathered here today. Now, if you also take a look really at what has happened since, COVID, you would see that the African economies have still been quite resilient. The real GDP growth this year is supposed to be 3.7%, and next year 4.3%. And 17 African economies are projected to grow by more than 5% in 2024. And this is really from the African Development Bank's economist unit, who present the African Economic Outlook 2024, and they do this every year. So addressing the barriers to growth, which prevent private sector from reaching its full potential, is a key priority for the African Development Bank. Our experience shows that whilst an entrepreneurial spirit and motivation are indispensable, effective technical assistance and financing, as well as a supportive entrepreneurship ecosystem, and in addition, a very positive business enabling environment is necessary. We therefore take a holistic approach to supporting the private sector, addressing both demand and supply side issues and capacity building across the life cycle, whilst working with governments to improve the business enabling environment. I wanted to provide that broader context to begin with, because financing is not the only challenge. We have to look at the enabling environment and the ecosystem. But now, so how has the African Development Bank specifically helped finance Africa's growth story? To actually understand my comments, let me just touch on a few things about the African Development Bank. We are dedicated to Africa. Our shareholders fund is about $310 billion. We are AAA rated globally. We also have a window of grants coming from the developed countries that is used to provide funding, Honorable Amoa, to the poorest countries, or what we call blend countries like Ghana. However, as you mentioned before, the provision of these grant fundings have also shrunk. So what has the AFDB done, especially with partners? In 2023, from our own balance sheet, we provided $10 billion of financing to African countries and private sector, of which 20% was to the private sector. So this is our general level of annual funding. It's about $10 billion, and 20% goes to private sector companies. Our private sector funding has covered the financial sector, transport, power, ICT, agro and other industrial processing, mining, and healthcare. 40% of our outstanding private sector portfolio is to commercial banks. And that's because we don't have the reach to actually get to private sector in Africa, and also Indian companies coming to work in Africa. So Dr. James Mwangi, founder of Equity Bank, is one of my clients, but he's a unique client. I don't see him as just a financial services group. I actually see him as a private sector-led development partner in Africa. And part of the conversation we had recently, James, is about financing private healthcare, through a system of clinics that Equity Group has. We talked about how to finance youth investments in the tech and tech-enabled and creative sectors and agriculture, amongst others. And so definitely he's in between a commercial bank or a commercial financial services group and a development finance institution like AFDB, and I congratulate you for that. In addition, we also support undercapitalized high growth and infrastructure private sector companies, as we have committed $1.5 billion to 77 private equity and venture capital funds in Africa. So we're the largest dedicated fund of funds in Africa. Over the last 6 years, we've provided $44 billion of infrastructure financing in areas such as transport, power, energy, water, and sanitation, and ICT. And when you think of AFDB, please remember that we actually support both the public sector and private sector, so the numbers I'm giving you actually reflects, the aggregate of both. 20% of this infrastructure has been, this infrastructure financing has been to support regional infrastructure, especially transport corridors that underpin the African continental free trade area, which is the game changer really in Africa. And it's a very important simplification of the business opportunities for Indian companies in Africa, because now you have a similar aggregate market of 1.4 billion people in Africa, a total GDP of about $3.4 trillion. I know there's a lot of opportunity in India, but if you're looking for really other markets in which you can diversify your growth and have attractive risk-reward relationships, the CFTA is really going to also cement this for you as you come to Africa. To expand our mandate of supporting Africa's growth story, we realize we have to work with partners. And so here we've provided equity and debt to several regional and national development banks, including as founding shareholders. And we're a shareholder in TDB Bank. Mr. Mengistu has already spoken. I think TDB Bank is one of the best, trade and development banks in Africa. And I'm not saying that only because I'm on their board. I'm saying that because they are a fantastic institution led by a great leader at Masu Tades, as well as having a great team represented by people like Mr. Mengistu. We've also partnered with global institutions such as India-Exim to support Indian private sector participation in Africa's growth story. So here, this includes India private sector participating in government projects such as, that AFDB finances. And this, a good example is the Noor Wazatet solar power plant in Morocco, which was funded by an AFDB loan to the government. And the EPC involved 2 Indian companies, Sterling Wilson and Shapoorji Pallonji, which, by the way, is associated with our moderator as well. So I purposely plugged that in. Now, in summary, the African Development Bank offers long-term debt to both public and private sector clients, guarantee products, including political risk insurance, to mitigate and share risks, and to catalyze both public and private sector investments into Africa, direct equity positions in the case of highly strategic projects, as well as indirect participations through private equity and venture capital funds, which brings long-term equity capital into undercapitalized companies, and finally, grants to eligible countries through select donor-sponsored trust funds hosted by AFDB, to finance technical assistance, feasibility studies, and project preparation. Let me probably end and say that as we look forward, there are key sectors of growth that Indian companies could have a competitive advantage over other global market players, thereby facilitating South-South cooperation. This requires industrialization in Africa, so moving up the production value chain in Africa to take advantage of the African continental free trade area, which is, as I said earlier, a single continental market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of over $3.4 trillion. These sectors include green energy, especially solar and transmission lines, where, for example, Power Grid Corporation of India and Africa 50 are partnering on a transmission PPP JV, starting with a project in Kenya. the critical minerals value addition to, to battery precursors, where the AFDB will consider equity and debt financing. And this is an area in which James and I have been actually talking about doing this in the DRC. So I want to also recognize that we had a brief conversation with, the Minister of Trade and Industry from the DRC earlier at lunch to indicate that this is an area we are committed to. And we as AFDB, even though we're primarily a debt financier, would be very happy to work with Indian companies in the battery value chain, to actually move production into Africa, starting off with battery precursors, and we'll be very happy to provide co-investment equity and also debt in those projects. The agro-value chain production and processing, including pulses, and also the cotton to textile to garments area. The digital economy development, including human capital training, and healthcare and pharma, where we are supporting regulatory and enabling environment institutions such as the Africa Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation, the Africa Medicines Agency, and the Africa CDC. So for us, we'll put our money where our mouth is. We strongly encourage joint ventures as opposed to coming in solely. So it was good to hear the Minister of Ghana talk about the fact that we do have private sector in Africa. Yes, they're primarily SMEs. There are some corporates, in East Africa and Central Africa. A lot of these institutions are also clients of James. We will both be very happy to even suggest potential joint venture partners as you look to come into the market. And so Africa is open for business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennard. By accident and not by design, you had the last word. Having said that, we should have a round of questions. I invite the audience to ask questions, particularly on PPP, which is emerging in Africa. What kind of model would be appropriate? We have our own models in India. We had the tolling model, then the annuity model. Today we have the hybrid annuity model. And post the Russian war and the COVID crisis, the inability of several nations to provide sovereign guarantees, what kind of challenges have been posed to prospective investors? I invite the audience to ask a few questions. Anyone? Okay, please. Introduce yourself and ask the question. Can someone take the mic to him, please? Gentleman, can you rise up?
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel. I'm from Nigeria. I represent Relevant Global Merchant. We are a private company. Thank you, sir. You mentioned PPP, private partnership. And one of the speakers also highlighted about, what about private partnership? And it all goes to grassroots involvement. So I think, like you asked, one of the models that I would suggest will be very helpful is one that will be able to assess the grassroots and not stopping any implementation towards the administrative level. Just for example, I know we have a lot of products in my country, like for example, tomatoes. We do have a lot, right? But when it comes to processing, it all ends up on the table on the letterhead, but grassroots implementation is the problem. So if any mechanism or kind of solution is provided, it should be one that will get to the grassroots. So in conclusion, I'm suggesting any solution that will be provided will go beyond the government sector. It must get to the grassroots because the government does not go to the field, right? So you must involve those private partners to be able to implement it. Thank you so much.
Is this a question addressed on financing, or is this a question on the mechanics of PPP? Because this section will be more on financing.
All right, so, you know, the solution, right, will always come with what you have on ground, your platform, right? So now, those, it's like a question, right? So the question is this: which model particularly is available that will reach the grassroots, you know, so that will go beyond just the government sectors, because the government are not in the field, right? They only bring policies. But to execute it, you need the grassroots, right? So I'm asking, those models available, does it provide enabling environment for those private partners to get involved? Thank you.
I think Wendy will.
Sure, thank you very much for the question. I fully endorse the idea, and the way that the International Finance Corporation works with our partners, I think, is quite similar to other development financial institutions, but we do have a whole arm that works on what we call pre-investment and advisory. So that work cuts across all different verticals, all different sectors. One of the major sectors in Africa that we see as high potential for Indian companies and in our own portfolio is in agribusiness and agriculture. So I think that's one of the areas that you highlighted, the tomatoes in Nigeria. Just as an example, we have invested, for instance, with Mahindra, which is an Indian corporate for seeds and agri-processing, as well as SRF, Flexipack in South Africa, again, working on packaging. But usually along with that type of investment, which is at a corporate level, we also engage in what's called advisory assistance to help, for instance, smallholders reach quality standards, help on climate smart agriculture, and we use the model of an anchor client in order to build out more impact across a wider range of individuals and farmers in the case of agriculture. And I think, as highlighted already, Equity Bank, Dr. James is also a client of IFC, and the financial institutions are a major way that IFC reaches to small and medium-sized enterprises across different sectors. So we are often financing financial institutions, helping them develop products that are targeted to SMEs, and even particular sectors of SMEs, in order to expand the financing available at the smaller scale level. So, to really achieve development, I think in most emerging markets, it's very true that we need to have both the middle level, we need the big corporate level, and we need the smallest entrepreneurs to be included as well. And that's just maybe one answer there.
So if I could add to that, once again, I mean, your question is actually very excellent, because when we take a look at the agricultural value chain in Africa, it's primarily driven by smallholder farmers and not commercial farmers. So we do have public sector programs with government to actually support the smallholder farmers, as well as players along the whole value chain. For example, with tomatoes in Nigeria, produced primarily in northern Nigeria, 30 to 40% of the tomatoes produced are actually lost to wastage. So part of what we are looking to do is also really put in cold chain, for storage, but also to attract processors. So we try to link really the producers also with the off-takers, and the off-takers would also include processors. I mean, on the private sector side, you would hear us talk about value chain financing. What we mean is that we're even going to get to the smallholder farmers through primarily cooperatives. So in the case of Nigeria, we work a lot with Babangona, which, is Kola Masha, and what he's doing is actually supporting the creation of cooperatives so that they can get inputs, and also, they can get off-take agreements for their products as well. So yes, value chain financing, which goes all the way across the value chain, is critical. And we use co-ops, commercially oriented co-ops, where there's co-guarantee of production to actually effect this. through not only commercial banks, but also microfinance institutions as well. Thank you.
Yeah, you want.
What I want to add is that we all support what our brother from Nigeria said, and I'm sure it took integral part of what I said. But my piece of advice to entrepreneurs and investors in Africa, which of course they deserve what he's asking for, is we also have to kind of reposition ourselves. Because within the sub-region where I am, I think we have very weak entrepreneurial ecosystem. So sometimes if you also don't reposition yourself well, you can get all the support, the capital you need, you still stay the same. So I think Africans must realize that apart from the funds, the know-how, building a very strong ecosystem is also very important. And also looking at the integration of our sub-regions, how well are we integrated? Because we can put together different parts of what we need to build that comprehensive stuff. So I support you. And then the policies. Some of us here are policy makers, just as I'm here. We need to also redirect our policies to support the private sector domestically so that we can also attract support for them. It is very, very important. And lastly, we all have to look at the climate change. It's affecting us now. It's affecting agriculture. Now, rice, maize in other parts of Ghana because of rain issues. So these are factors that we have to begin to rebuild the platforms to have very solid ecosystem so we can attract these funds to also support the local needs. That's all I want to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think you have answers from 3 facets. Yeah, we have time for one more question.
I'm Dr. Senorita. I am into healthcare and I'm from UK. This side on your left side, please. Left side, yeah. Yes. So actually my question is, we are looking for hospital setups also in African region, and I already have a place in one of the countries. I'm wondering if I want to get finance for such things, do we have anything? And usually you have in Africa is all insurances which you cover people. How do we go about taking care of people who are underprivileged, who are not covered by insurance? I want to take care on that area also. If you can guide me how we can take care and also bring equipments and machines to support such people. Thank you.
Will TDB like to fill this question? Yeah.
Thank you. Healthcare is one of the social infrastructure sectors that we support. The challenge is usually getting entrepreneurs who really promote such kind of sectors. That is the main challenge. But we have a window for providing technical assistance as to how they can come up with the bankable project. Otherwise, this is also a sector that we cover as one of important projects in our region. Also our DFI partners in Europe also encourage us to participate in this, providing us with the relevant credit lines so that we can address healthcare, schools, and all that is covered. Thank you. The thing is, when it comes to insurance and relevant things, that is also part of the study that has to be done so that you come up with an approach or with a bankable kind of approach. What should be done? What can be provided as a service or as a guidance can be found out after the relevant study, but there must be a promoter or a sponsor that should really drive the process. Otherwise, the sector, it is covered with the TDB financing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just to add to that very quickly, we have a strategy for quality health infrastructure in Africa. And that includes actually working on hospitals, reference hospitals, and also really a network of clinics. As I mentioned, we're looking at something similar with James Mwangi. We've dedicated, or we've notionally allocated $3 billion to this effort. It also includes looking at the diagnostic space as well. But as Mr. Mengistu mentioned, it's not, we're looking for experienced players who've done this elsewhere, who want to do it in Africa. We're not really looking to partner with people who are coming to pilot it for the first time in Africa. So if that's the case and there's a willingness to put equity into the project, we're very happy to work with you. You're also right. For us, universal healthcare coverage is very important. We won't look at a hospital project that doesn't really address middle to lower middle income at least, okay? So either there's a cross-subsidization model or countries are really, promoting universal healthcare because that has to be really funded by government or in a PPP approach. And then we are noticing that also insurance companies are beginning to provide medical insurance as well. So we'll look at that ecosystem to determine which country. I don't know which country you're talking about, you didn't mention, but we'll do that to determine which country we can really work on, and we could talk about this offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my colleagues on the dais and friends in the audience. I'm afraid that we are overshot our time, and I'll have to close the session at this. Questions on financing of infrastructure can be taken up in the infrastructure session that's to follow in the evening. It's been a fruitful session. I'm grateful to all my colleagues here and to the audience for making it a very lively one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuppuswamy, and all the panelists for this session, honorable guests. Thank you very much for it. Can we have a loud round of applause for this excellent session that we've just concluded? Thank you very much. And with that, we move on to the next session. May I request all of you to stand up for a photo opportunity, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have two parallel sessions happening simultaneously. One of the sessions is the Zimbabwe country session, which will take place in Jahangir Hall. Those interested may like to move to Jahangir Hall to attend that. And in Darbar Hall right here, we have the next session, Empowering Africa with Affordable and Sustainable Mobility Solutions. May I request all of you to remain seated? We'll start with the session as soon as we've turned the table around. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin with our next session. May I request our coordinator to please bring us speakers on the dais, please. May I request everybody in the hall to please take your seats. We are going to start with our session now. Ladies and gentlemen, all those standing in the hall, may I request you to please take your seat. We are starting with the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we start with the session now. We have all our panelists here. And I'd like to request Mr. Ajit Kumar, former ambassador and director, Hinduja Group, to give his welcome remarks and take the session forward. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I welcome you all to this session on empowering Africa with affordable and sustainable mobility solutions. It is imperative to recognize that carbon dioxide emissions are a key factor causing a global climate change, with transport sector contributing a significant 21% to the total emissions and the road transport alone being responsible for 15% of the emissions. The International Energy Agency forecasts that as global populations and incomes rise, the demand for transport, that is spanning cars, trains and flights, is set to double by 2070. Across Africa too, the ownership rates of cars are swiftly escalating, ranging from 25 to 45% in various countries. This surge in vehicle ownership coincides with notable increase in energy demand driven by transport, with fuel demand soaring nearly 50% from 2010 to 2020. To manage this growth sustainably, expanding the deployment of electric vehicles or EVs is crucial. As of 2024, this segment in Africa represents only a fraction of the global $623.3 billion transport market at 85.6 million. The transition to electric mobility is rapidly progressing across Africa, driven by startups providing app-based EV mobility services, investments in renewable energy, and conversion of internal combustion engine to electric power, leading the charge of forward-thinking cities like Abidjan and Johannesburg, which are committed to introducing electric bus rapid transport systems. Moreover, in countries such as Egypt, South Africa, and Rwanda are already advancing with pilot projects for sustainable vehicles. In a recent development, the African Development Bank's Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa has allotted $1 million for technical assistance grant to Green Mobility Facility for Africa. This initiative, I believe, is aimed to accelerate private sector investments in sustainable transport solutions across countries such as Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and South Africa. Upon implementation, these initiatives are poised to propel African electric market from the current value of $85.6 million in 2024 to an estimated $162 million by 2028, growing at an annual rate of 17.33%. Companies are gearing to form strategic alliances and joint ventures to harness Africa's abundant rare earth metals like cobalt, bauxite, and lithium, essential for EV production. This momentum positions Africa on a trajectory towards achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Meanwhile, India's domestic EV market is forecasted to achieve a remarkable annual growth of 49% from 2022 to 2030, aiming to reach nearly 10 million units in annual sales by 2030 under the EV30 at 30 initiative. Also, Africa's lithium production is projected to grow significantly from 40,000 tons in 2023 to estimated 497,000 tons by 2030. Complementing this, India's significant opportunity to collaborate with Africa in developing robust upstream and downstream links in lithium battery manufacturing. To catalyze this shift towards electric mobility in Africa, India is poised to bolster capacity, establish viable business models, and introduce financial schemes to ensure a seamless transition. Already, Indian companies are forging partnerships with local manufacturers in Africa, leveraging Indian technology and expertise to jumpstart vehicle production and cultivate green jobs in quotes. Once African EV manufacturing units demonstrate the viability of e-mobility technology through practical initiatives, investments could be more easily channelized from development banks, green funds, and venture capitalists. However, Africa still grapples with challenges in sourcing raw materials, skilled manpower, and establishing adequate charging infrastructure, particularly in remote areas. Despite the proactive efforts of green EV startups to make EVs more accessible, there has been no giant player in domestic manufacturing. Only a few international automobile brands have ventured into the EV segment in Africa and still face challenges like import taxes and infrastructure limitations. Addressing these challenges necessitates establishing robust policies and regulations in Africa to facilitate the adoption of electric drive technologies. Incentives and financial solutions are essential to overcome resource accessibility barriers. Integrating off-grid solar panels with charging points stands out as a viable solution, and capitalizing on Africa's abundant sunshine to promote sustainable electric mobility. I strongly advocate for implementing public-private partnership model to coordinate financing decisions in the transport sector between national governments and investors. The private sector can drive investments, collaborate on electrifying public transport systems, and promote EV adoption across commercial sectors. Simultaneously, government can enact supportive policies, conduct awareness campaigns, integrate EVs into public transport networks, and implement targeted rural programs. The challenge before our panel lies in strategizing how both regions can effectively adapt transport infrastructure to climate change. Collaborating to set up rigorous data analysis will elucidate the impacts of transportation changes on individuals and systems, unveil market opportunities for electricity companies and EV manufacturers, and steer the development of inclusive and efficient transformation policies. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, strategic partnerships involving governments, private entities, development partners, and startups will play a pivotal role in facilitating regional EV manufacturing in Africa, establishing a robust upstream and downstream connections. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. The next speaker on my list is Mr. Rajesh R., Head International Operations, Ashok Leyland, Hinduja Group. You have the floor, Rajesh.
Thank you, Ambassador. Your Excellencies, esteemed ministers, dignitaries from different countries over here, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and good afternoon to all of you. Africa, as we speak, has been a land of opportunities. We've been talking about it for quite some time today. The purpose of today's meeting is talking about the sustainable mobility. While we talk about sustainable mobility, I specifically want to emphasize on 4 specific points which will play a very important and vital role in the economic building of Africa as a continent. One is very critical for the business is to create a grassroots level impact on the way people commute. When we say how people commute is basically about the mobility of people, mobility of goods, and also the transport sector as well. The second part of it is a structured transformation of the economy. When we say the structured transformation is all about how do we bring about the economic growth, not only for the mobility sector, but across for the nation as well. The third important point is about how do we bring in a very seamless operation and maintenance of the public transport system. It's just not about creating a public transport system today. It's about seamless augmentation of the technology, including the digital transformation. How do we bring across to make it as a sustainable mobility solution? The fourth and most important point out here is the mobility sector creates a lot of job opportunities. When we say, let's say, for example, a public transport system creates for every bus or a truck that runs in the system, it creates a job for about close to 5 to 6 people across the system. So for a country like Africa, it creates a lot of opportunities for the locals. It creates job opportunities. That's why we are here calling this a sustainable mobility operation. We from Ashok Leyland, we strongly believe, being in the mobility sector, our purpose of business is always about transforming lives and businesses through leadership and mobility. When we say the leadership and mobility, it's not about just being in India, but across the world today. And the most important point, as we travel across Africa into different countries, the public transport system is primarily, I won't say it is a not dependable solution, but it is not a very structured solution today. People use mostly the 2, 3-wheelers or the old minivans to commute from one place to another, primarily because the public transport system is not so structured today. So having this taking into consideration, way back in 2008, we launched our first, the bus rapid transport system in Nigeria, which has been a very successful project. We have created this not only with respect to just for the economic development of the country, but also creating job opportunities, creating workshops across the route, and also creating a specific bus route. So just to give an example, when it used to take approximately, say, about 2 hours from a destination to a destination in Nigeria, today people commute between the same distance in less than 20 minutes. That's just to say what makes the people save time, commute better, and also for the economic development of the country today. The second part of that, which we talked about as a structural transformation, the entire system is today running based on, while the other speakers spoke in the last session, there's always a challenge with respect to the dollar availability in the country. So we work across with a lot of banks today, including the Exim Bank of India and also African Development Bank, etc. So to create a viable model or a project which will help sustain the business and also grow it much faster. While we speak about it, I just want to give you one more example. For example, in the western part of Africa, other than Nigeria, we also established in Senegal a complete transport end-to-end solution, which is structuring the business starting from the design development of the routes, how many buses to fly, what is the ticket collection, how the money flows into the system, and how the banks will repay the loans across to the banks. So I think the whole system is talking about the mobility solution today. Let me also give you an example. The electric mobility that our ambassador spoke a few minutes ago, we also have established a company which is called a Switch Mobility, which helps in kind of identifying specific routes, and also they also operate on a build, operate as well as transfer plan, which talks about not only creating the project business, but also trying to operate it across in different countries today. So as a part of the electric mobility solution, we are structured in such a way that we can offer with specific project-based loans from banks across the world, and also this can also help in kind of sustaining the economic impact as well as the environmental impact. While we talk about the job creation, which is the third and fourth point which we talked about in terms of creating the local opportunity for the people, I had specifically said each bus or a truck requires about 5 to 6 people to operate, maintain, as well as on a sustainable basis to take it forward for the economic development. So as Ashok Leyland today, we have our own assembly plants in about 6 manufacturing locations spread across in Africa. Starting from Kenya, we have it in Nigeria, we have it in Morocco, Ivory Coast, and also in Ghana. So we are trying to create a frugal assembly, a small assembly plant across in the respective locations. So we look forward for more participation from the respective countries out here. We can work along with you in terms of creating the opportunity for creating a small as well as a sustainable solution for creating a local job opportunity as well as an investment in the local markets as well. Not only this, but we also train your local people. When we say train, it's about not just supplying a bus or creating an economic solution for the transport businesses today. We also spend a lot of time and effort in creating the sustainable solution with respect to training of people, because that's one of the critical things which creates more and more opportunity for the economic development of the country. So while we speak about it, we have created training centers across Africa today. We also have our parts warehouses, and these would be able to transform the lives on mobility of the people across in Africa. Let me also give you an example of, let's say in Ivory Coast today, we signed up with a contract with the government, the Ministry of Transport, to supply close to about 800 plus buses and trucks. Initially, there was a lot of resistance from the local government. Subsequently, we were able to convince them, tell them this is going to be more sustainable in the long run. Earlier, they were using the old trucks and buses to transport people as well as the goods. As we speak today, we also signed the second agreement with them, that's to transform basically the transportation system, which carries the cocoa as well as the cashews grown in Ivory Coast across the country, to be exported to about 50 countries globally. And also the people working on the field in the agriculture sector, they're being transported using an Ashok Leyland bus. And while we speak about it, this is a model which has been created along with the government, where it's being given across as a soft loan for the local partners who pays back based on the amount of usage of the vehicles, and this is being funded back or paid back into the banking system. So with the 4 specific points what we spoke about, I think with the kind of opportunities that we have in Africa today, it's more important that we need to work across in a long-term mobility solution which is going to be more sustainable. When I say sustainable, it's just not across with respect to the environmental norms or moving across in the electric, but even the basic infrastructure needs to be done in a more seamless way to help the countries to grow much faster. With this, I thank you so much for the opportunity, Ambassador, and the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rajesh, for your statement. I now give the floor to Mr. Sudhanshu Shekhar. He is the Regional Head, Sub-Saharan Africa, Tata Motors Limited.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you and a very good afternoon. It is a privilege to be here today representing Tata Motors, a company that has had the honor of partnering with Africa for decades. Our relationship with this continent, it's not just a business connection, but a shared journey of growth, development, and mutual respect. We are proud to have had an opportunity to play a role in Africa's mobility landscape, contributing to the region's progress and witnessing firsthand the incredible potential that the continent holds. Earlier this morning, the Group CEO of Equity, Dr. James Mwangi, mentioned that probably it's time that we moved on from potential, identifying the potential, to realizing that potential. Africa today is going through a remarkable transformation. Rapid urbanization and investments in infrastructure, fueling growing demands for mass transportation and increasingly growing sensitization for sustainable mobility solutions are indicators of a much brighter future. A young population combined with increasing internet penetration is expected to accelerate this progress. Taking cognizance of these megatrends, Tata Motors is committed to delivering solutions to meet the evolving needs of the continent. Our journey in Africa began in 1964, making us one of the first Indian conglomerates to enter this thriving market. Today, with 4 local assembly bases across 3 countries, namely South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, and over 300,000 vehicles on the road in more than 30 countries, our presence is stronger than ever. With products delivering superior fuel efficiency and lower total cost of ownership, backed by a very strong after-sales network and our commitment to ethical business practices and the local communities, brand Tata resolutely stands for trust. As an automobile OEM committed to sustainable development goals and becoming a net zero organization by 2045, Tata Motors has been making significant investments to develop sustainable transport solutions. Our strategic focus on alternative fuel technologies, including biofuel, LNG, fuel cell electric, BEVs, and hydrogen ICE, positions us to be an ideal partner for sustainable solutions. Some governments in Africa, as my predecessors mentioned, have taken pioneering steps towards electrification of passenger and last-mile transportation, and Tata Motors has been partnering in this journey. For example, our electric passenger buses are undergoing user trials in Kenya and the small EV trucks in Tanzania as we speak. In fact, one of our passenger EV bus is parked right outside. In case you are curious, you can have a look at it whenever you move out. We are confident to remain partners of Africa's journey from ICE transportation to future technologies in times to come. Having said that, I must posit that policies need to catch up with the aspirations of a very young continent. I'm also very proud to say that our commitment to Africa extends beyond business. Through various CSR activities, we have upskilled youth across 14 African countries, equipping them with livelihood skills. This commitment to social responsibility is vital to our operations, ensuring we contribute positively to the growth of the societies we serve. As I conclude, I would like to emphasize that Tata Motors will continue to be a steadfast partner in Africa's journey towards a brighter, prosperous, and a more sustainable future. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhanshu Shekhar. I now give the floor to Mr. Bobby Salvan, Business Head for Middle East, Latin America, Caribbean, North and West Africa, Mahindra Group.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, and good afternoon to one and all. Transport solution to Africa is a topic which is close to many hearts today. When I was living in Kenya and in Tanzania for some time, my maid came to my house by walking 7 kilometers in the morning and go back by walk to 7 kilometers to her home. From that point of time to this point of time, I think we have not progressed much. We have progressed, but there are still many ways and many means where we want to and we can progress. What I feel that the transport issues or the transport system in Africa is still very informal. And again, for interest of all the listeners, we can't, I can say, take Africa as one kind of a place. We need to separate and segregate Africa, where we have to divide sub-Saharan Africa from the North Africa and from the South Africa. Because North Africa in transport side is well developed or is doing good. Similarly, South Africa is also on a transport perspective is well developed. The challenges remain mainly in sub-Saharan Africa, where we all need to work together and provide a suitable solution to the common people of these countries so that they can have a safe and secure transportation means. I still remember people not traveling in public transport in many of the sub-Saharan African countries because they feel that they will be, their mobile will be snatched or they will be robbed and that kind of a thing. So from that way, we have to give something to Africa. We all need to work together, which is sustainable, reliable, and a secure means of transport. So we need to divide this transportation system in Africa into various, I can say, segments, starting from the big buses to the small matatus, how we say in many parts of Africa, and then coming to the last mile mobility. And we as a Mahindra are very much strong in last mile mobility in India and many other countries. And we are putting up our, I can say, steps very steadily in many African countries where we can work together with small counties or the small districts in Africa and give a solution to the common people where they can travel from their houses to their workplace, maybe in a three-wheeler kind of a thing, which might be a IC engine driven or a electric engine driven. So there we are. Also, this needs to be very affordable. So the other challenge which it comes if you are paying to someone in Africa, I'm talking about the common people, their salaries are not that great so that they can afford to have a full kind of a transport means. In that way, we have to go to the shared mobility or we need to focus more on the bus system, which my fellow panel members have focused, like Nigeria and many other countries where Ashok Leyland and Tata Motors is already working on the bus transport solution systems along with the various counties and the government. So the problem is multifold and the solution also then is, that's why is multifold. It also involves the shift in the mindset of the people, how they want to travel in Africa. So we need to give a secure and a sound means of travel where the people, where the common people, African people can travel, let it be a small vehicle or a bigger car or a bigger public transport, minibus or a bigger bus, where they feel secure and safe to travel and come to their workplace. So since a lot of policy makers are already there in this forum and there are a lot of country representation, I sincerely request all on the other side of the table, on the policy side, to think something what may be a US federal base tax credit kind of a thing for a EV or a safe kind of a solution for a public transport, where the counties get some credit if they have some kind of a, I can say, electric mobility vehicles for the last mile transport, let it be three-wheelers or let it be boda-bodas or let it be bikes. And also this system is very much tested and trialed in China and also in India. So if we can think on those lines where we can give some credits to the counties where they have electric charging community stations, then it will be a great idea for many of us. Also, moving forward, a lot of work needs to be done. Why Africa is very rich as far as the solar power is concerned. I still feel that there is a lot of scope if we can have a solar power based charging stations, a community charging station in Africa, where the public transport vehicles can get charged there. So that the affordability of the vehicles is very well come into the reach of common African entrepreneurs. There are few examples of the few companies which we need to watch in Africa which are doing fantastic right now in this space is like Basigo in Kenya or Solar Taxi in Ghana or Amstrad in Rwanda in e-biking. We need to learn from them and we need to see how we can put more emphasis and focus to develop such kind of solution which are much more sustainable in Africa. Again, hybrid buses, EV buses. Imagine a EV bus station in Africa which is getting its EV powered, which is a solar energy generated. What else we need? The acquisition cost is the only thing and where I think we can follow Indian model, and there may be many Indian companies or many Indian entrepreneurs which are ready to join hands with African co-partners to provide such kind of a solution where the need of the African consumers can be taken care. As far as Mahindra is concerned, we are open for any such kind of a partnership proposals or this kind of a, I can say, strategic viewpoint together. Let it be in terms of setting up of assemblies. As we all aware, we already have an assembly plant in South Africa, in Tunisia, and many other countries in Africa where we are present in way of third-party assembly. So we are open for that. And we are also very much interested in entering into the last mile mobility segment in Africa to provide safe and secure mode of transport to my African brothers and sisters. With this, I'm ending this session and hoping that since a lot of excellencies are present here, they will think about it and a lot of policy makers are here. We can together build a safe and secure system in Africa for the transportation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby Salwan from Mahindra Group. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Osame Gawal Diallo, Minister of Transport and Government, Spokesperson, Republic of Guinea. You have the floor, sir.
Excellences, Messieurs et Mesdames, Messieurs les délégués, je suis particulièrement honoré d'être présent à cette rencontre autour de l'autonomisation du continent africain par des solutions de mobilité abordables et durables. Le thème pose déjà la problématique à laquelle est confrontés les pays africains, des solutions abordables, donc à faible coût, durables et qui intègrent des contraintes nouvelles, écologiques, et qui viennent s'ajouter à des défis majeurs auxquels déjà nos pays sont confrontés. Pour l'Afrique et la Guinée particulièrement, la question des infrastructures de transport est une contrainte, leur développement étant loin d'être achevé, pour répondre à la fois aux besoins de transfert des productions agricoles vers les lieux de consommation, les questions de la mobilité urbaine pour faire face aux défis de la congestion et de faire en sorte que les populations de plus en plus urbanisées, qui ont un pouvoir d'achat plus élevé et qui donc ont accès aux moyens de déplacement et qui rendent donc nos rues plus étroites, la question plus cruciale encore dans nos États, et la nécessité donc de développer des transports alternatifs qui consomment d'autres sources d'énergie. Les précédents intervenants ont mis l'accent ici sur la nécessité de passer des énergies thermiques vers des énergies renouvelables à base d'électricité, peut-être solaire, pour utiliser dans les moyens de transport et des déplacements des populations de masse avec des véhicules consommant de l'électricité. Mais notre pays particulièrement fait aussi face à un défi important, celui de répondre à cette production d'énergie qui n'est pas achevée, à la fois pour les besoins industriels et donc pour les véhicules nouveaux qui vont arriver. Ça veut dire que nous devons repenser nos politiques publiques dans le secteur de transport pour orienter celles-ci, revoir nos mécanismes de taxation pour peut-être encourager les importations de ces véhicules à énergie propre, ce qui veut dire trouver d'autres sources de financement pour répondre au gap que cela va créer dans nos budgets. La Guinée, aujourd'hui, est face à tous ces défis au moment où s'accélère le développement de son secteur minier, où l'immense gisement de Simandou prend forme dans sa phase d'exploitation et qui pose des problèmes à la fois de l'environnement, mais aussi qui va nécessairement accélérer l'urbanisation de beaucoup de nos localités et donc poser encore avec plus d'acuité cette question de mobilité. Plusieurs segments sont envisagés pour la Guinée, le développement du secteur de transport par chemin de fer des personnes et des marchandises pour profiter, et cela a été la réflexion dès le départ du Simandou. C'est un chemin de fer qui va partir du nord au sud de la Guinée et qui va couvrir plus de 600 km. Nous voulons mutualiser ce chemin de fer pour le transport des passagers et le transport des personnes. Donc, un des besoins que nous avons, c'est de trouver des partenaires en PPP, bien entendu, pour pouvoir développer d'autres segments de transport et qui va permettre de drainer à la fois les productions minières, mais aussi les productions agricoles et les marchandises qui rentrent et faciliter le déplacement des populations. Et donc, profiter de ce chemin de fer naissant pour structurer le transport par chemin de fer dans notre pays. Donc, aller de nord au sud et de l'est en ouest, c'est un schéma qui est en cours d'étude et qui, certainement, dans les années à venir, va faciliter le déplacement et la mobilité des personnes. Pour ce qui est du transport urbain, plusieurs schémas sont envisagés et d'ores et déjà, on a noué un partenariat avec Ashok Leyland qui va fournir nos prochains véhicules, même si on n'a pas encore fait le choix de passer à l'énergie solaire ou à l'énergie électrique en raison du déficit de l'électricité qu'il y a dans notre pays. Mais nous pensons que cette collaboration va continuer, va se renforcer et nous permettra de changer probablement le paradigme et aller vers les solutions d'énergie électrique. Donc, répondre aux besoins de la congestion, ça veut dire que c'est faire face aux défis et au développement du transport maritime. Le port de Conakry est classé 2 années de suite comme le plus dynamique dans la sous-région, ce qui augmente le trafic et donc de marchandises qui arrivent par le port de Conakry et pose la question du déplacement des marchandises qui arrivent vers les villes de consommation. Et le port, de par sa position géographique de Conakry, est aujourd'hui un port sous-régional parce qu'il répond aux besoins des pays voisins qui sont enclavés, mais aussi devient un port stratégique pour d'autres pays qui ont des capacités plus faibles. Et donc cela pose le problème de la densité du nombre de véhicules sur la route et du transfert, et donc de la congestion et des difficultés que cela génère, d'où la réflexion que nous sommes en train de faire aujourd'hui, de passer vers ce transport en créant des ports secs en dehors de Conakry, utilisant là aussi le chemin de fer pour réduire la circulation des camions de marchandises sur un tronçon où il y a énormément de déplacements de population. Donc notre pays, comme vous le constaterez avec ces présentations liminaires, est face à des défis importants. Déplacer la population, déplacer les marchandises, déplacer tout ceci dans une zone géographique à très grande densité de population. Et donc les solutions, bien qu'elles soient alléchantes, les solutions de passer vers les transports utilisant des moyens d'électricité sont alléchantes, mais ne répondent pas à ce jour aux problématiques qui sont posées à notre pays. Bien entendu, à l'entame de cette discussion, j'ai évoqué la difficulté même des infrastructures de transport. Les routes sont déjà une problématique. Le précédent intervenant a parlé de de ses collègues qui parcourent 7 km pour aller au travail. Aujourd'hui, dans la capitale de Guinée, à Conakry, parcourir 7 km par moment peut demander des heures et la densité de la population, la vétusté des infrastructures de déplacement, des véhicules, et donc l'urgence de changer à la fois les véhicules pour répondre aux questions de pollution, pour répondre aux questions de la modernisation, pour répondre aussi aux questions de sécurité, puisque de plus en plus les véhicules vétustes sont impliqués dans des accidents qui deviennent récurrents dans notre pays. Donc il y a énormément de problématiques, d'où la nécessité pour nous, en lançant le transport urbain que nous voulons faire avec Ashok Leyland, c'est de répondre aussi aux défis de la gouvernance, profiter de l'efficacité de la gouvernance du secteur privé pour aider les États à structurer mieux, à mieux gérer, et cela passe par le transfert de compétences, cela a été mentionné. Il ne suffit pas pour nous simplement d'acquérir des camions, d'acquérir des bus, mais aussi avoir les compétences nécessaires pour la maintenance de ces véhicules-là et leur utilisation durable dans nos sociétés. Donc, mais la mobilité durable pour nos pays, pour l'Afrique, n'est pas un luxe, c'est une nécessité urgente parce que cela vient répondre à un droit essentiel, le droit de la mobilité, pour que chacun puisse participer à l'avenir de nos pays, parce que nos continents, nos pays disposent de l'essentiel de son potentiel pour faire face à ses besoins. Trouver donc des solutions, c'est une urgence. Imaginer la faisabilité est une nécessité, et ces rencontres comme ces conclaves offrent cette opportunité-là à laquelle nous nous prêtons volontiers, en espérant y trouver des solutions adaptées à nos pays. Quelqu'un l'a souligné avant moi, l'Afrique est une diversité, chaque nation offre ses singularités auxquelles il faut faire face et trouver des solutions les meilleures pour chacun d'entre nous. Je vous remercie.
Excellency, merci beaucoup. We now have His Excellency Mr. Sostin Gwengwe, MP, Minister of Trade and Industry, Republic of Malawi. You have the floor, sir.
Ambassador Kumar, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The theme on empowering Africa with affordable and sustainable mobility solutions is specifically appealing to Africa and Malawi specifically, because in Malawi we do have a grand vision, we call it the Malawi 2063, that stands on 3 key pillars: agriculture, commercialization, industrialization, but also urbanization. And I think as we discuss on the issues of urbanization, transportation becomes very key. How we're going to move our people from one place to another. And this afternoon, the experts have said it all, but allow me to just give some perspectives and reflections on Malawi specifically. We consider this theme in 2 respects, especially as we aspire to achieve our Malawi 2063, that transport systems and indeed energy systems are key enablers for us to be able to achieve sustainable urbanization and in this case sustainable mobility of our people. Just to put in perspective where we are today, Malawi imports about 2 million liters of fuel a day, and all this is hauled using trucks. We have a population of 20 million plus and increasing, with very limited cargo trains, and sometimes the same trains combined as commercial or passenger trains as it is. But at the same time, you do also have families where in one family you might have 3 or even 4 cars, and each one of the family members driving their own car, maybe to church, maybe dropping kids. And at the end of it all, I think the question is, is this transport system sustainable? Not only for Africa, not only for Malawi, but globally, so to speak. I believe that we do need to innovate, and I'm happy that in this room we do have the key players, the Tata Motors, the Ashok Leyland, but also the Mahindra Group. And I believe it provides us a very good opportunity to start now looking at how going forward in the next 20 years, in the next 30 years, as we move forward, the kind of model that we have, where one family has 5 or 6 cars, where a country as big as Malawi, 20 million people plus, they're relying on very limited trains, cargo or commercial or passenger vehicles as it is. Can this really take us to the future? And I believe that it all rests in very strong partnerships between the public and the private sector. I would say that the public sector, where I come from, I think our role, like has been said before, will be looking at how do we incentivize investment in sustainable mobility, looking at how do we make it attractive that people switch from the old model of transportation to new designs of or new ways of transportation. And I think the private sector's role would be to bring in the so much needed investment. So I urge collaboration, I urge innovation, I urge public sector and private sector to continue engaging each other and see what sort of solutions we can come up with. It has been said that energy is a key enabler of sustainable transportation. And I must really add that as Malawi, we've put in quite a lot of effort in the green minerals, because we cannot talk of the EVs before you talk about lithium batteries, before you talk about minerals that will power and energize the EVs. And we encourage even those that are in the transport sector, the ones that have spoken before me, to also look beyond providing the vehicle itself, but also start reinvesting in the primary minerals, so to speak. Africa offers opportunities. Like it's been said, there's rapid growth of population and there's rapid urbanization, and solutions need to be thought through now to see how this urbanizing continent can really continue having sustainable transportation of people from point A to point B. And another opportunity that is also being offered by Africa and Malawi inclusive is the population, which is very young. And I would urge innovation, because the younger population is adaptive to change. If we need to change the way we move from point A to point B, if we abandon some traditional ways that are not sustainable, then all we need is to come up with those innovative solutions and suggestions, and people will change their mindset, because the population is young and the population is eager to adapt and go for something which is sustainable. But most importantly, again, Africa provides the untapped market. You come up with an idea, you come up with a solution that is sustainable, a solution that is affordable, you are guaranteed that you have a market for it. Elsewhere, people will say, we've already tried EVs and we're moving another step. But for Africa, with all its population, 1 billion plus, you'll be looking at a market which is untapped, a market which is completely unadulterated, and it provides opportunities for those in the private sector, especially in this space of transportation, to collaborate a little bit more with the public sector, so that together we can forge ahead, bring in solutions on the table, and see how we can power the urbanization that is so rapidly happening in Africa. In this case, looking at how we can make sustainable moving our people from point A to point B. Good afternoon once again.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your comprehensive presentation. I think we are doing fine as far as time is concerned. So I'll throw open if the audience, august audience, has any questions, they may ask some of our industry representatives. If you have any question, please, this is the time. I see three gentlemen, so I'll take the questions. If there is a mic, it will be helpful so that we can hear the question. Yeah, there's somebody is coming there. Oh, in front. So your turn will come next. I think the gentleman behind has got the mic. Please go ahead.
Je vous salue tous les membres du forum. Je m'appelle Bakary Papa Sidibé, malien. Je suis venu avec les autres membres des Maliens pour nous poser nos besoins, ce qu'on avait. On a besoin d'un certain blé pour notre pays. On a besoin aussi les pommes de terre pour la cultivation. On a besoin de rachis, huile pour les huiles, après les allemands bétail. Après, on a besoin de les financements, les banques qui peuvent nous aider à 100%. C'est mon question. Au nom de Mali. Oui.
Thank you very much, sir, for your questions. This session is on the empowering Africa with affordable and sustainable mobility solutions. So I would say that you kindly refer your remarks and questions to a session on agriculture, which can take it up. I think CII has noted it, and you may like to pose the question to that. Can you give the mic to the gentleman in front who had earlier got up? No. Yeah. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Bonsoir. Je suis Mamadou Siribé. Je suis malien. Je suis jeune opérateur économique malien. Je suis PDG CII Agrobusiness. On a venu cette forme. On a sali de gouvernement indien. On est là à cause des difficultés comme on a notre pays Mali. Mali, c'est 1 243 km². On a des espaces, on ne cultive pas. Il y a beaucoup de jeunes qui partent dans l'Europe, Asie, États-Unis, or qu'on a des terres qu'on peut cultiver. Il n'y a pas d'aide. À cause de ça, moi, j'ai dit que je vais venir cette forme-là pour que je vais parler, pour qu'on va trouver des gens qui veulent aider des jeunes Maliens, surtout les jeunes qui veulent aider des jeunes Maliens. Donc, voilà. Donc, on en a.
I just want to help him to translate in English, okay? Yeah, so it will be easier for each and every one. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Bon, ay jeune ambe entreprise bambolo ambe baraké ngamba ñini gouvernement NGF état démocrate o ka lage ko jeune entrepreneur fana deme.
Okay. Actually, he wanted, his concern is about the investment sector in the transport, also in the agriculture. So he said the government India and government of Mali, there is a cooperation between, but they actually, the particular side also is a concern. So he is looking for anybody who can invest into the transport, also into the agriculture.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. He said these are the concerns that he is requesting. If there is anybody who is ready to go to Mali, so they have a facility and then they can offer all what is in need as necessary. Thank you so much.
No, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for your
thank you so
questions and remarks.
Thank you so much.
You need that Indian industry and government should look at Mali and invest there. So that is
Thank
the
you so much.
question.
Thank you.
So I presume our industry partners, the speakers who are here, would have noted it and and they'll, I mean, you can come to them and talk to them privately instead of taking time of everyone. So the last question, there was another gentleman. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Kanchi Batra from Diplomatist magazine. My question is for Mr. Bobby Salwan from Mahindra. Sir, in your remarks, you made an appeal to the African private sector for partnership and collaboration in the mobility sector. So what unique advantages we can see Mahindra bringing to the table for such kind of collaborations?
Thank you, Kanchi. The thing is this, we need to work together to find solution which is a last mile mobility kind of a thing in Mali and in many other sub-Saharan African countries. So what is happening there in few countries, our colleagues have done fantastic work as far as Ashok Leyland and Tata is there, but still there is a space at the last mile mobility kind of a thing, and also in few countries there is a full space which is vacant. So we are open to discuss with our African partners that if they have a good proposal where the things can be co-shared or co-partnered, we are open for such kind of discussions and we are ready to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salwan, for your answer. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just make a concluding remarks of this session. I'll summarize just some generic points made by our speakers. So let me go to the podium. Excuse me. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers for their very valuable remarks for the promotion of the bilateral economic relations, especially between India and Africa in the transport field and for the continent's development and prosperities. As I gather from all the speakers who spoke, there are certain key strategies and considerations like developing affordable transportation, sustainable infrastructure developments, leveraging technology and innovation, policy and regulatory support, capacity building and education, partnerships and collaboration, economic and social impact. One speaker talked about job creation. I had mentioned about public-private partnerships, and then enhanced connectivity, which is important because it can boost trade, tourism, and access to essential services like healthcare, education, contributing to overall social and economic development. Empowering Africa with these solutions can drive inclusive growth, improve quality of life, and contribute to environmental sustainability. So in the end, I thank you all, this august audience, for listening to us. I conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are moving on to the next session, that is Banking and Financial Services, Partnership for Ease of Doing Business. We also have a parallel session running in Jahangir Hall, Harnessing Critical Minerals for Sustainable Future. All those who are interested in critical minerals for sustainable future, they can join us in Jahangir Hall. We are ready with the next session, that is Banking and Financial Services, Partnership for Ease of Doing Business. I request the session coordinators to please get the panelist. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting with the next session, that is Banking and Financial Services, Partnership for Ease of Doing Businesses. I request all the panelists to please come on the dais. We have Mr. S. Kupuswamy, Co-Chairman CII Africa Committee and Group Advisor Shapoorji Pallonji Group. We have Mr. Chandan Kumar, Chief General Manager, Reserve Bank of India. Mr. Lewis, TTS Trade and Working Capital Head, RMB Foster & Bank. Ms. Krishna Gangopadhyay, Chief Executive Officer, Afrinex Limited, Mauritius. Mr. Anand, Managing Executive, CIB Absa Bank Group. His Excellency, Mr. Simplex, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, Republic of Malawi. I request Mr. S. Kupuswamy to give the opening remarks and take the session forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope over a period of time the sparse audience will turn into a larger one, because banking is something that appeals to everyone. It touches everyone's lives. I started my career as a banker, but that doesn't prevent me from poking fun at the banker's expense. There was a priest in a parish, one of the prominent members of which was a banker. The priest fell sick and he needed blood. And the banker came forward to donate blood. The priest got well. Afterwards, sent a thank you note to the banker along with a check for $1,000. So happened the priest fell sick again needed blood. Once again the banker donated. This time the priest sent him another thank you note with a $500 note. History repeated itself. The third time, the priest sent a check for $100 one. The banker couldn't control himself. He went and asked for the father, I never expected any money for this. It's my duty. But tell me why $1,000 first time, $500 next time, and $100 the third time. He said, priest said, what to do, son? The first time I was a simple man. Second and third times the banker's blood entered mine. That is poking fun at the banker's expense. But none of us can do without a banker, whether we like them or not. And none can do without a central banker, whether we like them or again. So today when we are trying to do business in Africa, all the more the reason for us to look forward to linkages and partnership for ease of doing business across the continent. Today, it is crucial for us to highlight the significant role of banking partnerships. Robust banking collaborations for fostering economic growth are very vital. They enable seamless trade and ensure financial inclusion. Africa's burgeoning economies require streamlined financial operations to bolster trade and investment. The dependence on foreign currencies and the volatility of exchange rates present significant hurdles to economic growth. To deliver the best solutions in Africa, India can adopt a multifaceted approach. Leveraging banking finance, by doing that, we can address challenges, reduce transaction costs, and enhance trade efficiency. The integration of UPI can revolutionize the payment landscape in Africa, promoting financial inclusion and facilitate seamless cashless transactions. However, regulatory harmonization is essential to align the frameworks of India and African countries for smooth banking transactions. Developing a robust financial and digital infrastructure in India and in African countries is crucial for this. Today we have made quite a lot of progress, but I'm happy to say that Africa is not far behind. And therefore, today fintech is irreplaceable as an important ingredient of banking. Finance and fintech are almost getting synonymous. Additionally, investing in education and training for financial professionals in Africa will be necessary to manage and maintain new banking relationships. In conclusion, by addressing these challenges and leveraging India's strengths in the financial sector and the fintech sector, initiatives can be taken that will significantly reduce transaction costs and enhance trade efficiency. With this, I would like to invite honorable speakers here, starting with Mr. Chandan Kumar, Chief General Manager of Reserve Bank of India, based in Delhi. Mr. Chandan.
Very good afternoon, all of you. The topic which we have today is so wide in scope, and it's always challenging for a central bank like Reserve Bank to speak on a topic so varied. Right. So, in fact, what we are living in very interesting times. The fusion of technology and finance that is leading to tectonic shifts in the financial landscape. Now, how do we look at it? The financial innovation or the technological innovation, or both, which you can interlink to each other? How do we look at this financial innovation? So, we can look at it in terms of the widely three variables: the time, access, and data. So what is time element of the financial innovation? So what I'm trying to tell you is whether it is financial products, services, platforms, regulations, policies, public policies, how this financial innovation or the fintech is changing this. In terms of time, we want faster services, whether it's the payment systems or any other regulations. In terms of access, if you see the access, we want wider access, deeper access. If you see the financial inclusion within India or the even internationalization of rupee. So what are we trying to do? Or when we talk about our fast payment system, which is UPI, getting linked to the fast payment systems overseas across the borders. So that is the access, right? And third is data. Data, how are we making sense of the data which is available? How are we using the current data for the different policies, the regulations, the products, the services, the technological platforms, and further, the data which is generated out of these products, services, and platforms, how are we further using it? So these are the three most vital elements of the financial innovation which we have as on date. Now, coming back to the ease of doing business. Now, what does it imply? Mostly how India is going to help the African nations in terms of ease of doing business, or what we have done which will facilitate ease of doing business for you. So what are those elements? As a central bank, the scope which pertains to us. First, again, since the topic is so wide, I'm not talking specific of any product or any particular regulation. It's whether it is internationalization of rupee, whether it is the UPI, whether it is the regulation, which is the fintech development, how it is leading to ease of doing business. First, we want to make it seamless. The second key element or a buzzword is interoperability. The interoperability, whether the platforms, the technology, the services, the products, the interoperability across platforms, across nations, right? Third, the transparency, what goes into the system. Fourth, the integrity of the platform. And fifth, whether the services, the product, the regulations are cost efficient or not. Maybe these, what we feel is the essence of ease of doing business, which will lead to ease of doing business. Now, coming back to India, what are the positives for India to enable this ease of doing business? As all of us know, the demographic advantages of the country, which is adequately skilled. Second, the policy environment which we have is quite supportive of innovation and seamless onboarding. Third, the financial markets in India is reasonably developed and the capital market is capable of adequately funding very good or good business ideas. Third, the envy of all, the India stack. Now, if you see how we have developed the digital public infrastructure and which is being treated as a public good. Now, whether it is the UPI, the Jan Dhan accounts, the Aadhaar, the digital identity, the DigiLockers, or the account aggregator ecosystem. Now, the combination of all these are what we call the enablers, right? Now, coming to the specifics, for ease of doing business, what Reserve Bank recently, what are the steps or the major policy issues or products which we have taken the initiatives? 5 broad areas I'll cover quickly before I run out of time. First, the fast payment system, UPI. Now, UPI, I'm not going to discuss what we have done, how we are going to reach out, what are the initiatives which we have taken to reach out to you, to the different African nations, right? First, the linking of UPI to the fast payment systems across the borders with other countries. So what we have done, we have already done with a couple of countries. We are looking forward to link it with other African nations. With Singapore and we are live, we have also done it with UAE. Now, there is acceptance of QR codes. Suppose a person is visiting, say, Namibia or Nigeria, or a person is coming from there to India and you want to scan the QR code, it should be acceptable on your UPI app. That we have done. We have already done for Bhutan, France, Mauritius, Nepal, Singapore, Sri Lanka, UAE. Third, supporting you or providing you the UPI tech. Now that we have fairly in the advanced process with Namibia and Peru. We have also issuing India the RuPay cards which we have overseas. Now, if you see broadly what we are trying to do is to have a payment and settlement system which is not only fast, efficient, cost effective, and seamless. The second broad area, we may discuss the UPI thing later on, the institutional development. The institutional development, what we are doing is we are onboarding our own regulated entities, banks, NBFCs, and other entities to form or cultivate institutions, which we call the SROs, the self-regulatory organizations, whether it is for MFIs or institutions like NPCI, CCIL, or the financial institution Benchmark India Limited, FIBIL. So we are doing a institutional development also. Third, internationalization of rupee. Now, in internationalization of rupee, if you see, what are we trying to do? We are trying to make Indian rupee accessible and at the same time acceptable to countries across the board. Now, how, I mean, definitely, the internationalization of rupee helps India, but how does it help you, the other nations, the African nations? How does it help you? If the INR, the international rupee, is easily acceptable and accessible overseas, it helps us definitely. There is no two ways about it. But how does it help you? Now, if you see that many of you may not have large FX reserves in USD, in case there is a local currency settlement or you can invoice your goods in INR, you can do away with the USD FX reserves. You can make these transactions more cost effective, right? You can also have a tripartite agreement in case the third party is there, which you have some trade relations and we have, then we can enter into a tripartite also. Fourth, the regulation. Now the regulation, how we have fine-tuned the regulation so that it is more relevant and in tune with the changing times. So what you see, the kind of regulations which have evolved lately, like the UPI. Now, if you see the peer-to-peer lending platforms, the account aggregator framework, digital-only NBFCs. I don't know if you are aware, in India we have NBFCs, non-bank financial companies who are like the non-banks, universal non-banks, who are available only over a digital presence. They have digital presence and no brick and mortar presence, which are called the digital-only NBFCs. Or which we have come out with digital lending guidelines to ensure integrity of the fintech space, right? And lastly, the outsourcing guidelines. Now, for ease of doing business, the banks, the NBFCs, or the third parties, they want to outsource many activities which the entity cannot do on its own everything. So we have come out with outsourcing guidelines, but at the same time, again, the broad principles that the integrity of the regulations the entity needs to be maintained, which we have tried to maintain. So I have tried to just give you a glimpse of the regulation and what we have done, and maybe we can just see in the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrakumar. You vividly described how India has demonstrated the interlockability of systems with different countries and the steps in internationalization of rupee, which are all very important for making business ease possible. I now request Ms. Louis Duplessis, TTS Trade and Working Capital Head, RMB, First Rand Bank.
Good afternoon, dignitaries and all participants here this afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you on this panel today. Banking partnerships is something that resonates with how we approach business at Rand Merchant Bank. But who is Rand Merchant Bank? Rand Merchant Bank is a division of First Rand Bank. We are listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange with assets over $120 billion. We service clients in key corridors of the US, China, UK, and India, which makes up 6% of import and export trade between African countries and India. And we are the only African bank that is present in India today, putting us in a unique position to service our clients as they navigate the continent. You may be surprised to hear that there are 300 banks that operate on the African continent. Many of them operate with capabilities that are on par or sometimes exceed those of banks in the developed world. This means that banking services are readily available on the continent. You can enter any of the markets on the continent, and there will be a long list of banks that is ready with capabilities to assist you with account opening, financing, and also global market hedging solutions. What we are talking about here today is partnership. Partnership indicates something more than just transactional relationship. It's a relationship where parties have a deep understanding of each other's contribution to their shared success. To be a good banking partner in Africa, I think you need to give consideration to a couple of important things. Number one, Africa is not a country. It is a continent with a very diverse set of countries, over 50 of them, all with their own unique cultural way of doing business and regulations that are complex. To be successful, you need appreciation of these elements. Navigating these requires on-the-ground knowledge and understanding. RMB just launched our 2024 edition of Where to Invest in Africa. The report provides insights and a comprehensive analysis of the top investment destinations on the African continent. A copy is available at our booth A3. Secondly, the operating environment is not without its challenges, be it regulatory, logistical, or otherwise. We've recently assisted a large Indian corporate in the pharmaceutical industry to navigate the complex regulatory environment of South Africa. The end result was a successful acquisition and an expansion of the Indian corporate's business into the African continent for the first time. What we have also seen is more involvement from governments in the procurement of priority projects. They want to ensure removal of regulatory blockages more efficiently. A strong banking partner will be well positioned to help you navigate these complexities. Lastly, global factors can have a significant impact on developing markets. Recent geopolitical tension has driven food inflation to record highs, interest rates remain stubbornly high, and growth concerns has resulted in reduced portfolio flows to African countries or reduced debt capacity for what is perceived as riskier markets. A partner with global reach can assist tremendously. FirstRand partnered with a client to mitigate some of these issues. In this case, a sovereign through their Ministry of Finance. We started by gaining a deep understanding of their funding requirements and how it relates to key imports of the country. We used our expertise and global relationships to design a first-to-market solution, and the facility crowded in new funders to the country, which has never funded that country before. It also allowed the Ministry of Finance to access funding for the import of critical goods and materials for important projects. Since implementation, we've facilitated north of $2 billion of financing to this sovereign for key imports under short-term structures where they would normally use long-term financing, significantly reducing the cost to the sovereign. To close, I think in general the business environment is quite tough at the moment, with various external factors that impact on how companies operate on the continent. Growth is stabilizing, but still relatively low compared to the 2010s. And as companies seek growth beyond their borders, they need to form the right partnerships. For long-term success, you need partners who have deep knowledge of the intricacies of the markets you wish to enter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duplessis. May I request Ms. Krishna Gangopadhyay, Chief Executive Officer, Afrinex Limited, Mauritius, to speak. You can speak from here.
Thank you, Mr. Kupaswamy. To introduce ourselves, we are Afrinex Stock Exchange, and it's set up with a joint initiative of Government of Mauritius, supported by Government of India, and technology from Bombay Stock Exchange. what we were just talking about in this panel is banking and financial services partnership for ease of doing business. I think we have good representation on the banking side, and here we are talking about on the other side of banking, which is the financial services, and more specifically, capital market services. However, even a capital market services provider, a market infrastructure institution like us, which is a stock exchange, as well as having our own clearing, settlement, and depository, can only function with a very, very strong ecosystem of bank and banking regulations. So, as well as NBFCs. So having said that, where do we see a partnership evolving in Africa with, through us? So first of all, Africa, as Louis just mentioned, is a continent. And the diversity is really, really high there. In some countries where you might get a certain degree of stability, which could be in terms of currency, which could be in terms of the ways you do your business, it might change completely across the border in another country. So when we look at capital markets, the first thing that we are talking about is access to financing, like in banks. But the key difference here is that you can really access long-term funds through capital market, which is primarily we are talking about stocks, and sometimes also long-term bonds, which could be the perennial bonds or even long-term bonds as we call them. It also brings in the diversity of funding options, which could be the likes of having IPOs, convertible bonds, private placement, standard debts, OFS as an offer for sales, PEs, funds, etc., making their way into giving long-term financing as well as short-term financing. However, this also means that there needs to be a significant pool of investors taking keen interest into the investment opportunities. And that is where we'll talk about a little later about the challenges that are there in Africa in terms of assessing investment opportunities by global investors. So channeling savings into productive investment, which is one of the key requirements of a capital market, actually has its own challenges into Africa. And we'll talk about how, in a while, how Afrinex, or for that matter, a stock exchange could help. The other part is, of course, risk management. For companies who are on their growth path, they need to do several levels of risk management. Some of it is structural in how they fund and source their growth, and some of it is more transactional, which is more like hedging for exposures that they have. Unfortunately, Africa being the center and the epicenter of mining and other such commodities does not find the right ecosystem for hedging even today globally. The third part, which capital markets help uphold in a much more democratic way, is corporate governance. Of course, banks look into it, but banks look into it in terms of their own investment opportunities, whereas as a capital market or an exchange, for entities who are listed with us, we basically promote corporate governance through a certain disclosure requirements. First time when we allow someone to list, as well as on an ongoing basis to remain listed. What it does is that it helps attract more credible investors from across the globe into such opportunities that are shown up through the listings. And of course, the growth and development that the capital market can bring in is more in terms of much of a cross-border access. Banks also do so, But capital market does it in a different way, where investors from across the globe can look at productive opportunities to invest. And as a stock exchange, we obviously give a company the visibility that they need through listing, as well as uphold a certain degree of corporate governance. Now, having said all of these, there are certain challenges which are very typical of Africa. And we need to be aware of this. We know there are investors, we know there are companies from India who also want to expand into Africa, and vice versa, companies in Africa who want to attract Indian companies, Indian investors, global investors for their growth, looking for growth capital. So some of the challenges which are very typical of Africa are, first and foremost, fragmented market. I think with the exception of South Africa, which is relatively a much more well-liquidated market, Africa actually is very, very fragmented, not just fragmented in terms of capital availability, but also in terms of liquidity. The second is the ability to assess financial statements as a foreign investor. Now, when you are really doing a listing, or forget about listing, that comes much later, as an investor, if you want to review a company for investment, there are real challenges in reading into the financial statements in many of the African countries. And rating processes are still not well stabilized, where you have a rating that will be internationally acceptable across the globe, or for that matter, a much more transparent process of assessing the quality of those financial statements. So that is the second bit where attracting foreign investors has been a challenge. Third, of course, we spoke about is the currency. African currencies have had a certain pattern in terms of depreciation, or rather, I wouldn't say depreciation, but I would say volatility with respect to other international currencies. They, of course, appreciate as well. But it's just that it's not so easy to predict the direction in which it will move, and hence the direction in which your obligation that you are taking for raising capital will end up in. And the other challenge is, because of this lack of transparency, access to market is also often challenging. You really don't know how to access into a market. Now, having said all of these key challenges, how can a stock exchange really help in this entire process? The first and foremost thing is, I know when we sit here in India, we often think stock exchange, okay, I can buy shares of A, B, C, D, E. But the fact is, the role of a stock exchange is much broader in terms of how do we facilitate or channelize the investment of global investors into projects that merit attracting global capital. So the way we have tried to do that at Afrinex is at multiple levels. First and foremost, we actually have started our exchange with a very unconventional route, which is the primary market route. And what that means is, one, a company which is trying to attract global investors can choose for many different options to list. Why is it that they should list? Because it just gives them the corporate governance and the credibility that they need to have to attract global investors. And what does it mean when we say different ways to list? Because, as we said, in Africa, liquidity is not so easily available, and not, as well as it is very, very much fragmented. So what this requires is giving those companies multiple ways of having ease of access to this capital. One is companies can choose to list without trading. which of course might not sound very attractive to retail investors, but then retail investors are not always looking to invest into such growth companies. What we mean here is that one can list without trading. There is no daily price discovery, easy for the company who is getting listed. They uphold corporate governance, and at the same time, it attracts credible investors from across the globe. Second, of course, one can do admission to listing with trading, which helps uphold an even higher standard of corporate governance. All of these means that one can access capital with different levels of hurdle rates, as I may call it, not hurdle rate in pricing, but more about hurdle rates of compliances and governance. The second thing that we do, is we have dedicated platform for sustainable investment. We call that AFEX Green. What it does is it primarily lists only companies which want to raise capital for sustainable and climate programs. We also have dedicated platforms for listing in terms of fixed income market. It's a dedicated non-equity market. A lot of the capital raising that happens in Africa is actually debt, though having said that, there is the promoter-led institutions often prefer equity as well. And all of these we enable through an online system because we try to attract global investors. We try to bring issuers or companies from all over Africa as well as otherwise internationally. So it really means that we need to have a platform which is easy for access, easy to do the servicing, and hence we offer an online platform for listing, for trading, for even capital raising. And coming to that, the last point, capital raising, we have a platform called AFEX Tree. What it really does is it democratizes the capital raising process. A company which wants to raise capital comes up, sets up their issue on the platform, and we also have arrangers and investors from different jurisdictions who have also signed up on the platform. And what happens is, based on interest of the arrangers or investors, that is the capital providers, and the capital seekers, capital is raised. So that's, in a way, what we are trying to do in terms of intermediating this process of capital raising and growth in Africa and beyond as a capital market institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krishna, for throwing light on the various ways that capital can be raised across Africa, given its multifarious countries and multifarious systems, etc. May I now request Mr. Anand Naidu, Managing Executive, CIB, Absa Bank Group.
Thank you, Mr. Kupasamy. Your Excellencies, good afternoon, namaste, esteemed guests, clients, and friends. It's always a pleasure being here in India, and I extend my sincere gratitude for the warm welcome to this beautiful country. My name is Anand Naidu, and I look after client coverage at the Absa Bank, based at our head office in Johannesburg. I've been with the bank for the last 20 years, and over this period I've been traveling quite extensively to India, and at the same time seeing the huge amount of change that we've seen in India, but also in the African continent as well. So it's an exciting period as we explore the opportunities to further connect, to further connect Africa, India, and the rest of the world to drive mutual growth. So easing the way we do business in Africa has been a long-standing goal for us. Our robust international presence as a bank allows us to connect the diverse economies and cultures. But today I would like to speak to you about this partnership piece, and what does it mean for us as a bank, our relationships with other banks, but our relationship with various corporates here, based in India. If you look at the bilateral trade between the two regions, it's been nearly $100 billion in 2023. So that's a massive increase over the past decade, driven by mainly exchanges in commodities, minerals, and agricultural products. But we see this as just the beginning. Africa is a continent that's rich in resources, from critical minerals, essential for global industries, to the largest arable agricultural land available in the world that can most definitely contribute to food security. So meaningful banking partnerships are critical to provide the all-important connection between the continent and the Indian business community. So for us as an African bank, we are proudly African. We've been on the continent for more than 100 years, and in most of the countries we're present in, we are in the top 3 in terms of size, so really systemic to those economies. So we're currently in 12 countries and have about 40,000 people on the ground in Africa. And for us, the international connectivity is important. So we have offices in London, New York. I just opened in China 3 months ago and about to open in a few months in Dubai. But hopefully we'll use the Dubai office as a stepping stone into India, and hopefully in the future have an office here in India itself. I've had the opportunity to listen to various panels during the course of today, and I think there's huge optimism about the future. The other key thing in terms of banking partnerships is around infrastructure development, which is so needed in the African continent. It's the backbone that facilitates trade, and overall, we feel it creates a huge opportunity for India to plug those infrastructure gaps. So a good example is the collaboration on the decongestion projects in Zambia, supported by the Indian government. This project is aimed at improving urban mobility and reducing transport costs, and underscores the infrastructure role in facilitating trade. We also did a really good transaction recently in Mauritius with Larsen & Toubro that rolled out a huge rail infrastructure in a country like Mauritius, which has been quite amazing. The other piece that we see accelerating quite a bit in Africa is digitization. And we all know India is probably the world's IT hub, right? There's no contest about it. But the continent in Africa is really facing huge challenges in this area, and I think there's a lot more partnerships that we see flourishing in the region. I think even as a bank, as Absa, we are investing in a lot of our digital platforms to really transform the banking industry across the regions, and we actually have partnered with a number of Indian tech firms to roll out our new platforms, including dealing with issues like cybercrime. But apart from these sectors, I think what's getting quite sophisticated on the continent is our focus on the broader sectors, like the consumer sector. Mining, renewable energy is huge. I mentioned agriculture, telecoms, fintech was mentioned earlier today, healthcare, hospitality, industrials, and construction, to name a few. We also have, as a bank, we created what we call our financial institution trade hub a few years ago. So this means that any large global corporate or even a global bank, if they need to access and facilitate trade into Africa, they just need to deal with the banks such as ourselves, and we can facilitate trade into about 35 African countries quite seamlessly, as well. So overall, we do understand the unique needs, and trust me, India is a very unique region in terms of how to do business and how we currently do business in Africa, but we understand it. So I think in conclusion, I'd like to share a personal anecdote to illustrate the point in terms of how long interregional partnerships have been. So my great-grandparents came to South Africa in the 1880s. as indentured laborers working in the sugarcane plantations. And 4 generations later, I stand before you as a proud, also Indian citizen, having got my Indian OCI very recently. So how proud my great-grandparents would be that their son is addressing some of the top brass Indian business leaders all 140 years later. I'm very grateful for that. So it is indeed a privilege addressing you today. I'd like to thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu. My privilege now to invite His Excellency, Mr. Simplex Chiola Banda, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, Republic of Malawi, to address us. This will be followed by a brief question-answer session.
Good afternoon. Mr. Moderator, thank you very much for your time, to give me time, that I should probably be the last. And I will try to commit myself to the given time frame. I was looking at the program, it's around 7 minutes. If I go to 10 minutes, then that is because you are very kind enough. The moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I come from Malawi, a country in the southern tip of Africa, with a population of 20 million, and has the abundance of business opportunities. We, the people from that part of Africa, are very warm, and I think that's the reason why our country is called the home heart of Africa. The moderator, it delights me greatly today, most especially because I am part of the deliberations that are dear to my heart. There cannot be better time to discuss inclusive banking and sustainable development for all than now. And it is the Master of Ceremonies appealing to say that despite many interventions being made in the technological world, to have people in the inclusive financial pool, billions of people remain unbanked in this world. Narrowing down to my country, millions of people are yet to be banked. This is disheartening as it makes financial decisions very difficult. The Director of Ceremonies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government strongly believes that financial inclusion is key enabler to reducing poverty and boosting prosperity. As I preface my talk this afternoon, it is imperative to note that we are all on the same page. Coming from the banking fraternity, we all agree with what financial inclusion means. Simply, it is that individuals and businesses have access to useful and affordable financial products and services that meet their needs. In this regard, the director and ladies and gentlemen will refer to transactions, payments, savings, credit, and insurance delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. You see, there is a seriousness that is accorded to ensuring that financial inclusion be part and parcel of our life. As a matter of fact, financial inclusion has been identified as enabler number 7 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The seriousness does not even end there. The G20 committed to advance financial inclusion worldwide and reaffirmed its commitment to implement the G20 high-level principles for digital financial inclusion. The Director of Ceremonies, first things first, nevertheless, The entry point to financial inclusion is being able to have access to a transactional account. It is in this regard, therefore, that Malawi government focuses keenly on ensuring that the people in Malawi have access to a transactional account. But most of our people do not have transactional accounts. We are thankful, therefore, that mobile money services have been embraced in Malawi because of their convenience. But though we celebrate such a milestone, they are not being used for transactions. Mobile money services are simply there as conduits for sending money to relatives. In such much as they have a buffet of services that could ease the doing of business, such services are least used. We have a long drive to take to convince people of these added services. The opportunities available are least grasped to spearhead economic renaissance in Malawi. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that ensuring the functioning of basic financial services with the help of advancements in digital technology can help people improve their lives as well as make resources available for public goods. Digital financial services powered by fintech have the potential to lower costs by maximizing economies of scale to increase the speed, security, and transparency of transactions and to allow more financial services that serve the poor. Possibly where we are getting it wrong, that is in the midst of an avalanche of services suitable for our people. We still remain unattractive to them to the extent that we are comfortable keeping money under pillows in such as that is too risky. I agree with most eminent scholars that our biggest undoing has been the one-size-fits-all approach to the banking and financial inclusion services. Most policies we learn are embraced wholesale from advanced economies whose social cultural background are far diverse from ours. In the end, we embrace concepts, technologies, and approaches to rolling them while alienating if at all they are in a tandem with our local environments. We need to study people, their financial beliefs, and their economic fears, and tap on gaps observed. Going a step further, the Director of Ceremony, our payment systems at times have not been that robust enough. People have lost money through syndicate run by imposters, and in the end, this has had a knockdown effect on the confidence of our people in financial services. More so compounded with the time it takes to rectify an anomaly and the inability of most people to know how to seek redress makes banking unattractive. We are discussing issues here that can ease business and therefore inclusive banking and sustainable development. It excites greatly that Malawi is a viable market for banking industry. Year on year, banks are registering good profits. But as we are talking of inclusive banking, how good is our outreach to the micro, small, and medium enterprises? This is the backbone sector of an economy, yet it is the most alienated in the banking circles. If we are to call out our research, do banks reach out to those at the micro level, or we have quarantined them to the dustbin of no-value customers? Inasmuch as MSMEs drive social stability and resilience, they often face significant barriers to accessing financing. We urge the central banks and other key policymakers to focus on developing basic financial and digital infrastructure, addressing capacity constraints, and unlocking banking financial. A step further, leveraging non-bank financial intermediaries and carefully considering the need for concessional financing are also crucial strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that if we are to take too long trying to raise a point, it means therefore that we have no point. In this regard, I think I have made my points loud and clear in a short period given to me. And as I conclude, let me applaud the array of speakers you have assembled to lead in the discussion at this great conference. And let me also take an opportunity to thank the Indian government for the warm reception given to us since we arrived in this country. And this is my second appearance before the conclave, Director of Ceremonies. But every time I come here, I enjoy the warmth of the Indian people. In the spirit of one Malawi, one people and one nation, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. If proof was ever needed that finance and technology are converging more and more, making life easier, at the same time more difficult because of the challenges in administering it and governing it, probably our speakers have provided that proof in excellent measure today. Perhaps it will be in order for us to just restrict ourselves to a few questions. I'll initiate the process by just posing one question to Mr. Duplessis and Mr. Naidu to be divided amongst yourselves about the importance of correspondent banking arrangements and your ability to extend local currency finance for Indian investments in Africa, and how do you mitigate political risk? I'll leave it to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kupusamy. I think correspondent banking is very important because in order to facilitate trade flows, you really need to ensure that the banking network is set up really well. And I think Mr. Kupusamy in his opening remarks made a good point of banks and regulations and so forth, which is quite critical in terms of ensuring the stability of the economy as well. So, as I mentioned in my points earlier on, you know, as a large Pan-African bank, we have taken the initiative to create a trade hub within Africa, but at the same time facilitated a number of what we call risk participation agreements with various global banks. And I see my friends from the IFC, we do a lot with the development banks as well in terms of credit enhancing the trade flows as well. So correspondent banking is absolutely critical. In terms of local currency, and this is the challenge I'd like to put to all of you Indian businessmen, is the biggest issue we have around currency convertibility and transferability in Africa is mainly because traditionally Africa produces the raw materials, you know, the mining products, and it all gets exported to places like India and China and then comes back to Africa. And what's missing is the local beneficiation. In other words, the local manufacturing. That will indeed create the dollar liquidity in these economies. And obviously, as a local bank, we've got access to local currency and dollar deposits. So we prioritize our clients to facilitate those exchanges. But many of you have your dollars stuck in country. You can't get it out, you know, so it is an issue. But if you can contribute with local participation and local manufacturing, it will resolve huge amount of Africa's problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Anant. Not a lot to add on the topic or the question. I think, you know, one of the transactions that I referenced in my address was a financing solution to one of the ministries of finance on the continent. And there we used our international relationships to bring in a DFI, in that case, MIGA, who's also in the room, to support the sovereign with the imports of commodities and critical goods in the short term. What we've also seen is that, you know, again, it's 54 different countries on the continent with all different levels of risk appetite. As you approach international partners, be it DFIs, ECAs, Lloyd's of London from an insurance point of view, there will always be different levels of support that is available for transactions and financing on the continent. But again, that's where a good partner does assist you in engaging those markets and building the case for clients and to get that financing that's desperately needed into the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one question to Ms. Gangopadhyay. Well, MSMEs, if they need to raise capital in adequate measure, they ought to go in for listing. But if they do go in for listing, there is always the fear that they might lose out control to a predator. Do you have any safeguards available for these small companies?
Very fair question, and this is a continuous challenge that MSMEs face. One, they want to raise capital, so they want to list and raise capital, but then they're afraid that it will lead to dilution of ownership. And even if it doesn't lead to dilution of ownership, at some point in time, there could be predators coming in. Well, we understand this problem, and as we said, we have different ways of allowing capital raise. So one of the things that we have is one can do listing without trading, something that we said earlier. Now that really means that you are getting all the advantages of listing. However, you don't have the challenge of daily price discovery or real-time price discovery, nor do you have the challenge of valuation through the real-time price discovery. Of course, the valuation is still more or less in the public domain because as and when transactions happen, they get reported. The second way we do allow it is, even if you do admission to listing with trading, we do not have any mandatory clause of public float. What that really means is you can actually do what is called a direct listing without issuing more shares or without having a mandatory minimum public float being held. It can also be that you just do OFS, offer for sale, and do your listing. So there are many different ways. You can do a complete listing based on, and even raise capital based on private placement basis through the platform that we were talking about, the capital raising platform. In fact, the capital raising platform is only for private placement, and it is not for raising capital from retail. So until and unless one wants to go the public way, we actually have safeguards available. We also encourage dematerialization of securities, but the problem in Africa is, as we said, it's a continent, many countries. Unlike India, dematerialization there is not mandatory. But what that helps is, as and when transactions happen, they have to be reported onto the system, and that requires a broader involvement of the regulators to enable that. But when we allow someone to list, we always encourage them to dematerialize because that helps in tracking how it happens, apart from reporting by investors. Thank you.
One question from the audience.
Good evening to all. I've been waiting for this session because I am a doctor by profession, and also I run a foundation, and I'm working for financial literacy for women. First question I'll speak to Kumar sir. Sir, I just quickly share that I went to Dubai and I swiped my card and I got whatever debit, and then tax came with it. So it was like, wherever you go, Vodafone follows you, it's like tax follows you. So I was wondering if you said that if rupee starts off and if we are able to do, will that also support us on, because common man with tax is a little bit, so will it help? That's my first question. Second, Nadu sir, I wanted to understand, you're doing healthcare in Africa, you're already doing some areas. Are you also supporting on hospitals and other projects on that? That's my question. And madam, my question to you is, you said about the sustainable links where we can collaborate to support making companies to have financial supports. So if you can share that link also. Thank you so much.
So that is 3 questions in one.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir.
But he's not a taxer, he's a bank.
Thank you, Mr. Kupuswamy, for answering on my behalf. So I would refrain myself from the taxation question. On the rupee, the fast payment system and the internationalization of rupee, we as a central bank, what we are trying to do is to facilitate cross-currency transactions without involving a third-party hard currency, right? Now, what we want, suppose you want to exchange, you are visiting India, you want to convert into INR using USD. There is a third vehicle currency. Now, what we are trying to do is to make this INR, the international rupee, as a vehicle currency and set up an institutional arrangement whereby, say, any currency in Africa and the INR, there is some kind of settlement, you call it a local currency settlement or you call it by any name, some other, wherein each exchanges hands automatically without involvement of a third party currency. That's what we are trying to do. Regarding your specific question, whether it is health sector, it's hospitals or educational institutions, it is going to equally help each and every sector. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. So the sustainable platform FX Green will connect after this session and we'll share with you the details.
I believe it brings us to the close of a very fruitful session. Thank you very much, colleagues on the dais and friends in the audience. Please do feel free to ask the questions during tea break to the friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request all the dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the next session, Building Physical Infrastructure for Socio-Economic Growth in Africa. We have a parallel session also, that is a country session, Cameroon country session running in Jahangir Hall. All those who are interested in the country session, they can join in the Jahangir Hall. So as the stage is getting ready, I just wanted to make a small announcement that this is the last session of the evening, and after that we have a cultural program. put up for everybody. Kindly be there. I request all the delegates, as we are starting the next session, kindly take your seats. I welcome all the panelists on the dais. Mr. S. Kupuswamy, Co-Chairman, CII Africa Committee and Group Advisor, Shapoorji Pallonji Group. Mr. Aditya Parekh, Chief Operating Officer, Ashoka Buildcon Limited. Mr. Pankaj Khurana, Program Specialist, International Solar Alliance. Mr. Sevala Nayak Mude, Additional Secretary, Central and West Africa, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. His Excellency Mr. Stanislaus Haroon, Deputy Minister of State, President Office, Planning and Investment, United Republic of Tanzania. His Excellency Mr. Ebrima Sela, Minister for Infrastructure and Transport Works, Republic of the Gambia. His Excellency Mr. Mahmood, Minister of Infrastructure and Public Works, Republic of Guinea. And Mr. Sahil Patel, Head Business Development, Emerging Markets Business Center. I would request Mr. S. Kupuswamy to give the opening remarks and take the session forward.
Honorable Ministers, my friend Mr. Sevala Nayak, friends from the business fraternity, and dear audience. For the sheer fear of getting too boring, I will limit my remarks to very little, leave the rest to my colleagues on the podium, and try to coordinate only. It is a truism that a well-developed infrastructure is a sine qua non for development and improvement all around in Africa, as also elsewhere. Over the years, we have been talking about it quite a lot. Perhaps some attempts have been made by various multilateral institutions and India and other donor countries also to contribute their might to the growth of infrastructure in Africa. But the need keeps growing. In the finance session in the morning, I did mention that $170 billion is the annual requirement of infrastructure today. Out of that, there could be a gap every year of 100 billion still. All of us together have to find ways of bridging this, seeing how India can play a meaningful role here. Post-COVID and post the Russian war, African nations, as also others, have been facing problems in keeping up their repayment records intact. There is a need all around for understanding that these are temporary problems which can be overcome over a period of time by African nations. And that understanding could pave the way for a way to be found for addressing the working capital and infrastructure capital gaps. Solutions for EPCF or PPP, or what kind of PPP should be there, and how, whether infrastructure projects have to be on a national basis or a multinational basis. These are all questions that one could answer by sitting together and discussing in fora like these. I call upon Mr. Aditya Parak, Chief Operating Officer, Ashoka Buildcon, to start the process, please.
Good evening, everyone. So we at Ashoka Buildcon are a Fortune 500 listed company on all the stock markets in India, mainly NSE and BSE. We are a 40 years young company, and we have done close to 20,000 lane kilometers of the road, 50,000 kilometers of power transmission lines and distribution across the country, more than 300 substations we have completed till date. We have a turnover of close to $1.5 billion and an order book of $2.5 billion and a workforce of more than 20,000 members at Ashoka. We are working in 19 states in India and 4 continents, including Africa. The major verticals in which we operate are road, power transmission distribution, solar EPC, railway, water, water transmission, water treatments, building EPC, and healthcare. We believe in that for any country in the world, physical infrastructure is extremely important and backbone of that country as well as the continent to grow. Even in Africa, what we see that physical infrastructure will be a very big game changer for the country once it starts developing at a higher pace. We are already working in Africa, in Benin and Ivory, and building up in contributing in infrastructure projects of village connecting with waters as well as power transmission lines, and also keen and working on the projects on water distribution as well as road projects. So physical infrastructure as well as other means, the need in the continent is for everything, whether it is say power transmission, roads, digital infrastructure, healthcare, and all other areas. We being participating in all these areas and trying to contribute for the growth of both the countries, India as well as Africa. Africa as a continent, what we foresee has tremendous opportunities for us to build their nation. Till date, since 2004, India has done close to $1 billion of LOC in Africa, and here on it will be kept on increasing. There can be various other ways of funding. It can be EPCF, it can be PPP, it can be FDI, and so on. So with all these things, I feel that both the countries together can develop both the nations together and can grow. And as the saying goes, that creating one future is something with which both the countries can work together. Thank you.
That was truly short and sweet, Mr. Parak. Thank you very much. I request Mr. Pankaj Khurana, Program Specialist, ISA, to speak at this, please.
Good evening, everyone. I am representing International Solar Alliance. It's a very recently formed organization. It was conceived as a joint effort by India government and the France government to mobilize the efforts against climate change. It is a global intergovernmental organization with 120 member countries as of now. About 50 are from Africa and balance are from other parts of the globe. We are there to assist and support the member countries for deployment of solar projects, solar adoption, by means of policy and regulatory support interventions, analytics and advocacy, programmatic support, as well as very essential is the capacity building. If we see the resilient energy infrastructure, which is supporting the adaptation to climate change, solar energy would significantly contribute to build the resilient infrastructure. As you know, since 2015, there are a lot of progress in solar. Solar penetration has become 6 times in Africa to reach about 12 gigawatt in the last year. Investment in solar has also had made a leap jump from 1.56 billion to 8.18 billion USD in last year. As we progress, we should acknowledge the lot of challenges, and we have to see the challenges part which are there in the Africa region, primarily for energy access, energy security, energy transition, the lack of infrastructure and local technical capability are the prevailing changes in African energy sector. Energy accessibility, 560 million households in Africa still lack electricity. Energy affordability is also not up to the mark. The connections to the grid is not there. The high cost of electricity is still there, which is creating a lot of issues to the households. So to achieve the SDG goals and the NDC targets, from ISA, we are giving the support to our member countries, unlocking the challenge by giving them all the supports relating to policy and regulatory, any kind of supportive environment, as well as institutional framework, capacity building, also the programmatic support. In this regard, I would definitely like to mention here to give the power access through solar and forming the resilient infrastructure. What we have done so far, we have given so much of decentralized solutions like solar mini grids for Ethiopia, DR Congo, and many other African countries we are focusing upon. For looking onto the investment part, along with our partners, we are trying to develop a global solar facility. In last ISA assembly, India has launched the global solar facilities specifically for Africa, where part of insurance funds and investment funds will be there, for which the investment managers are basically putting into place. Further, we are also doing the SolarX Startup Challenge, where we are promoting these startups. We have already identified 20 startups across Africa, which we will be going to support for further projects. We are also partnering with many of the organizations in Africa, like Africa 50, AFDB, World Bank, to have the more partnerships and mobilizing these resources for Africa region. Last but not the least, One Sun, One Word, One Grid, which is a flagship initiative launched by our Honorable Prime Minister. There also ISA is acting as a nodal officer, nodal agency to have the feasibility studies for transcontinental grid, which is going from Southeast Asia to India to Middle East, further to Africa and connecting to Europe. So this all I just wanted to put forth to all of you, sir, and thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khurana. Additional Secretary, Central and West Africa, to give a special address, please.
His Excellency, Mr. Mohamed Diallo, Minister of Infrastructure and Public Works, Republic of Guinea. His Excellency, Mr. Ibrahima Sila, Minister for Infrastructure and Transport Works, Republic of Gambia. His Excellency, Mr. Stanislaus Harun Nyungo, Deputy Minister of State, President Office, Planning and Investment, United Republic of Tanzania. Friends, moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely happy and privileged to be here to share some of my thoughts on this very important topic. This session, Building Physical Infrastructure for Socio-Economic Growth in Africa, is one of the important sessions of India-Africa Conclave. This session also signifies the importance attached to socio-economic development of Africa. This session will mainly focus on building physical infrastructure, which will help in achieving overall socio-economic development of the African societies. Before I focus on the subject, I would like to briefly mention about India-Africa relationship particularly with reference to India's engagement in development partnership, which has been constructing community impacting projects in Africa. In addition to this, building physical infrastructure like roads, highways, railway networks, etc., etc. Well, India and Africa share a unique relationship that is strategic, reliable, and time-tested on one hand, and is based on historical, cultural, and ties of kinship on the other hand. Over the years, India's engagement with Africa has evolved into a multifaceted relationship encompassing cooperation in key areas including people-oriented partnerships. Development cooperation has been one of the strongest pillars of India's bilateral relations with Africa. Africa views India as a partner of preference in meeting its developmental and national priority goals. India's partnership with Africa is based on a consultative model of cooperation and sharing of development experiences and is focused on addressing the priorities and needs of the African countries. India has been a reliable and close partner in Africa in advancing Africa's Development Framework Agenda 2063. Our development partnership initiatives have expanded both in geographical reach and sectoral coverage. The African continent is the second largest recipient of our overseas assistance. Being a trusted partner of Africa in their journey of socio-economic development, India has extended concessional loans over $12 billion to 42 African countries, including ECOWAS Bank, in varied sectors such as power plants, hydroelectricity, power transmission, distribution of networks, dams, roads, railways, ports, agriculture, irrigation, etc., etc. Under these concessional loans, we have completed, as on date, over 200 projects, and 65 projects are currently under execution, and 81 projects are under pre-execution stage. New sectors such as telecommunication, defense, and solar power have also been included under LOCs to Africa in the last few years. Africa currently accounts for over 40% by value and over 65% by number of Government of India sponsored line of credits to Africa. Our development projects have generated local employment and changed the lives of many people in Africa. With this, I would like to focus on how the infrastructure development in Africa is at this stage and who are partners and players playing at the moment, what else required, how to finance these projects for furthering their interests. For Africa's long-term economic development and its sustainability, it is extremely critical that building adequate physical infrastructure is essential. In order to have such infrastructure in place, it requires huge amount of investment from various sources. Any infrastructure, therefore, created should be a secured, energy efficient, and climate resilient. Along with the physical infrastructure, Africa also requires a secure energy supply, efficient transport system, reliable communication system, safe drinking and water, usage of space technology, particularly in mapping critical natural resources, etc. This all will remain critical for the socio-economic development of Africa. As per Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, due to infrastructure constraints, the economic growth in Africa is lost by 2 to 4% every year. Therefore, by increasing a quality infrastructure, we enhance the economic growth in Africa. At the moment, Africa requires at least 200 billion per annum for enhancing and to keep the gap between supply and availability. This gap required to be met, and therefore no further financing gap to be allowed to mushroom. Therefore, infrastructure development takes precedence over other developments. I see North Africa and Southern Africa are considered to be well developed in terms of the physical infrastructure, and remaining part of the Africa has huge deficit of quality infrastructure, and therefore Africa should connect each and every region, and by virtue of that, I think overall economic growth will take place. There are several agencies have prepared similar reports indicating the deficits and the poor infrastructure availability in Africa. So what are the solutions for to make a successful physical infrastructure in Africa? Financing is the only solution, and therefore how do you source this financing? Currently there are many individual countries at bilateral level financing these infrastructure projects, could be at a commercial level, at a personal level for the business benefits, etc., etc. But these individual countries, to name few, China, India, Turkey, to some extent, European Union, Japan, Korea, but these are all only selected and targeted areas, not something completely covered the entire massive, huge continent. Therefore, the entire Africa should come together and think over in mobilizing financing to the projects. Apart from the existing various agencies, African Exim Bank, African Exim Development Bank, African Finance Corporation, and also Exim banks from Europe or also World Bank financing certain projects, but they're all inadequate to have 7 to 8% economic growth of Africa. Africa will remain a growth engine for the world to recover from the economic losses, but provided they have an excellent infrastructure development in place. The infrastructure could be regional hubs. For instance, Ethiopia now today is considered to be aviation hub, but a similar hubs to be created entire Africa, at least in 7-8 zones. Then only the continent is connected. Otherwise, operating from one zone will remain inadequately meeting the requirements of the socio-economic development. At the same time, given the size of the continent and the countries and climatic conditions, it is highly recommended to have a rail network like Euro Rail. I believe Africa also should have rail, Africa Rail, for which massive investment required, and that massive investment requirement comes not only from outside but within the Africa. That is where I look at that there is a huge potential within the African continent to mobilize that investment through their national resources, national revenues, etc., etc. Apart from the existing funding agencies, I strongly recommend for a dedicated infrastructure development fund on the lines like AIIB, Asia Infrastructure Development, and similarly BRICS Bank, another new development bank. These are all mostly meant for the infrastructure development in Asian countries. I think Africa also deserves a similar setup for which African countries come together and mobilize seeding capital, not only from the members of the Africa, but as a multilateral agencies, World Banks, IFC, etc., etc., and individual countries and European countries also can contribute. I think this is the only way the physical infrastructure, high quality, world-class standard network could be constructed in Africa. Apart from railway network, aviation sector, road is another important connectivity is required, and river-based navigation, water-based, sea-based navigation is also extensively used so that you can reduce the transportation costs, and then development of the high-quality port is also another critical area where I could see there is a massive scope. The entire continent is surrounded by the half of the sea and the globe. Therefore, there are opportunities available not only for the investors and the countries and then business persons, and for the entire continent. Socio-economic development is a critical, and this will help not only for the that country to be self-sufficient, and also helps in supplying certain requirements of the world. I would like to emphasize that there is a huge potential and ample opportunities for everyone to take a look at Africa as untapped continent. With this, I would like to thank you very much for giving this opportunity to share some of the thoughts over Africa. I have been traveling Africa last 4 years. I have seen the potential, the opportunities available in the continent. Thank you very much.
I have no hesitation stating that today, Mr. Sivalas Naik's address on infrastructure of Africa, the need for it and the ways to address it is possibly one of the best addresses I heard on this topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Naik. I request Sahil Patel to say a few words on group and AFCON's infrastructure and Indian companies' work in Africa in the infrastructure field.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Ebri Masila from Gambia, Honorable Mamadou Diallo from Guinea, Honorable Stanislaus Nyongo from Tanzania, Sri Sevala Naik Mude, sir, industry captains, respected moderator, and everyone here. I would like to present to you Shapoorji Pallonji Group, a 159-year young construction conglomerate largely operating currently in more than 26 countries in Africa as an EPC contractor with an order portfolio of $3 billion. We have been instrumental in delivering monumental projects in West, Eastern, and Southern Africa. We initiated our journey in Africa in 2008 with the construction of the Palace of the Government of Ghana in Accra. Since then, we have not looked back. We have delivered projects in Gambia, the National Assembly, thereafter water projects in Gambia, hospitals, and multiple other infrastructure. In Ghana, in Togo, Benin, we are executing water projects, hospitals, and universities. We have in Eastern Africa, in Tanzania, we have delivered mega water projects along with other Indian contractors under Indian lines of credit. Same has been delivered in Zimbabwe, where we are also executing the Afri-Exim Bank Africa Trade Center in Harare. With several regional DFIs, ECOWAS Bank of Infrastructure Development, Afri-Exim Bank, we have been executing projects which are funded by them, along with multiple projects under Exim Bank's Indian lines of credit. We have delivered the Lusaka City Decongestion Project in Zambia and a multi-million-dollar railway line in Ghana. We understand the pulse of Africa. We try to deliver projects which create genuine local employment, empowering local subcontractors. It would be our honor to say that many of the subcontractors who worked on the Presidential Palace in Ghana with us are now superior main contractors in the country and delivering multiple projects even in the region. That's how we have observed and participated in the growth of Africa. We have been running several CSR initiatives with midday meals and multiple other functions, schools, hospitals, clinics, etc., in all regions where we are executing infrastructure development projects. In Niger, we were gracious to be honored to execute the Mahatma Gandhi Convention Center, which was given under the grant from Government of India. In Guinea, we have executed the aluminium bauxite mining logistics infrastructure project, among several others in West Africa. In Congo, we are currently pursuing several road infrastructure projects as well. In solar, we have delivered more than 250 megawatts of solar EPC projects across the African continent. As a contractor, we bring the unique capability to bring in finance for our clients, especially in tougher countries and tougher terrains. In water projects, we have been able to furnish financing backed by European ECAs to the tune of 20 to 25 years of lines. We have been instrumental in delivering projects in Ghana and Zambia under the bias credit scheme from Government of India, Exim Bank of India. Now, we are open to discussing, and we are currently engaging with several governments on delivery of pit-to-port connectivity projects, because Africa is a mineral-rich continent, but the evacuation is still a pending issue. In terms of infrastructure delivery, we are standing by as a quality partner for infrastructure solutions, with the possibility to bring in good financing options for various governments. We have been grateful to have been supported by a lot of regional development financial institutions and others. Thank you. This is what we would like to go ahead. Blank.
Request Honorable Mr. Stanislas Haron Nyongo, Deputy Minister of State, President Office, Planning and Investment, United Republic of Tanzania, to give a special address.
Good evening, everybody. I recognize the presence of ministers, deputy ministers from different countries in Africa, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. We understand that the importance role for infrastructure in economic development and embracing the Tanzania strategic location, which creates a bridge between Eastern, Central, and Southern Africa and the rest of the world, including 6 land linked in neighbors countries, as well as Tanzania's ambitious to create a facilitative investment climate for both local and the foreign private sectors to facilitate infrastructure or intra-Africa and international trade for countries in East, Central, and Southern Africa. The government of United Republic of Tanzania has prioritized the implementation of ambitious strategies in key infrastructure development. As Tanzania infrastructure development strategies are geared toward development and implementation of right policies, legal, budgetary, and institutional framework that facilitate seamless attraction of both public and private capital to undertake major new rehabilitation and expansion of infrastructure projects in key sectors such as railway, roads, airport, seaports, power, water, and ICT infrastructure within Tanzania, and offer connectivity to all its neighboring and East African community and South African development community, including Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Malawi, Democratic of Congo, Zambia, Mozambique, and South Sudan. To cite few strategic infrastructure project cases, the Tanzania government has made significant investments in infrastructure to enhance economic development, and this focuses mainly on a construction of roads. Tanzania is investing in its roads infrastructure to improve connectivity between regional and the neighboring countries. Between 2021 and 2024, the government constructed 1,198.5 kilometers of bitumen roads, including Tanzania to Zambia road of 36 kilometers, which is currently expanded from 2 lanes to 4 lanes to upgrade or facilitate speeding up cargo movement from the port of Dar es Salaam to Zambia and Malawi. Another thing which we concentrated on is the airport development and expansion and the revival of national airline. The Tanzania government is investing in airport infrastructure to enhance services for business and boost tourism. The recent implementation of Julius Nyerere International Airport, Terminal 3 in Dar es Salaam, with a capacity of handling 80 million passengers, annually, and the Aman Abed Karume Airport in Zanzibar, and the ongoing construction of new Dodoma Msalato International Airport that is expected to handle 1.5 million passengers annually, in a testimony of our commitment in boosting both domestic and international airport passengers and the freight transportation. Additionally, a major domestic airport in Tanzania, including the Songwe, Mwanza, Kigoma, and Arusha, are being upgraded in terms of runway and a terminal building expansion, aiming at meeting rising passengers' demand to make full utilization of airport infrastructure and provide quick passenger and the freight movement between Tanzania, Africa, and worldwide. Tanzania has recently revived its national airline carrier, Air Tanzania, by investing in modern passenger and flight jets flying domestic, regional, and international destinations, including 3 times a weekly flight to Bombay here in India. So now you can fly from Dar es Salaam to India straight. Also, we constructed railway. We are doing railway construction as the government in building a brand new to be a East and Central Africa largest standard gauge railway, extending from the eastern Dar es Salaam port, connecting cities in the northwestern and the western part of Tanzania, and they provide connectivity with the land-linked countries of Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and eastern DR Congo, DRC. The initial phase of speed passengers training operations has started, playing between Dar es Salaam, commercial city, and Dodoma as a capital city. Once completed, it enhanced the transportation of goods and people within Tanzania and facilitate neighboring countries to seamless access international markets, thereby reducing business costs and encouraging investment in Tanzania. And additionally, Tanzania and Zambia are renovating the railway. We have railway which connects Zambia and Tanzania, so now we are renovating it. On port development, Tanzania government has been investing in port infrastructure through the both public and private development, including rehabilitation and expansion of projects. These efforts aim to enhance efficiency and reduce congestion and increase the overall capacity of its ports. These investments include both physical expansion and improvement in operational procedures. Recently, Tanzania Port Authority has partnered with a global renewed UAE-based DP World as a partnership with envisages to expand and improve the operation at the Dar es Salaam port, thus promoting trade and the goods movement within the East African and South African countries. For the energy sector, sufficient and low-cost electricity is a key ingredient to improve or to develop manufacturing-led Africa's economy. To ensure this, Tanzania government took deliberate and a tough decision to invest in new 2,100 megawatt Julius Nyerere hydropower project, whose first phase was completed recently, a turning point toward making Tanzania a power exporter to another African countries. These projects aim to enhance Tanzania economy by ensuring reliable electricity supply, creating jobs, improving power reliability for investors. Furthermore, Tanzania rural electrification initiates expanding access to electricity across most rural villages in Tanzania. For industrial plots, through economic processing zone, special economic zone, and industrial parks, toward making Tanzania an industrial hub, and take advantage of FTA, Tanzania has 10 special economic zones. Few of them are fully developed and over varying sizes industrial plots for manufacturing and the processing of products of someone's choice. The scheme offers a competitive set of investment incentives to help lower cost of operations. Additionally, land parcel amounting 5,000 acres with key infrastructure such as water, electricity, and the roads have been allocated to provide sector development industrial park under the Tanzania Investment Center. If you go through our website, Tanzania Investment Center, you'll get all information on how to invest in Tanzania, and they will assist you to do all legal procedures. As I highlighted in what I mentioned before, under the leadership of Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and His Excellency Hussein Ali Mwinyi, the President of Zanzibar, the country has established a very conducive investment environment and the incentives for private sector to invest in both private and public infrastructure projects under public-private partnership arrangement. Tanzania therefore welcomes potential investors to invest in partnership with the government in some of ongoing infrastructure projects. I have cited above in Tanzania's endeavor to connect Africa and the world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I now request Honorable Mr. Ibrahima Silla, Minister for Infrastructure and Transport Works, Republic of the Gambia.
Thank you, Chairman. I also stand on existing protocols to recognize my brother and Honorable Minister from the Republic of Guinea and also the Minister from the United Republic of Tanzania and all other guests that are here. This is indeed a very important topic of discussion, which is about building physical infrastructure for sustainable economic growth in Africa. And it is important because Africa is also at a very important, crucial stage in its development paradigms in terms of infrastructure, but also other initiatives that have been taken across the continent. And this is meant to ensure that there is enhanced, accelerated development program across the continent. And infrastructure is critical in all this because infrastructure is a critical enabler for overall national development programs. But there is also a problem that we have to recognize within the initiative that we have started as a bloc. Because when we come here as Africa, we are talking about the African bloc through the Africa Trade Initiative that our various countries have signed to and are now discussing exclusively with trading partners like India, China, and the United States for enhanced benefit from this partnership. And that is why in many of the African countries, infrastructure development is seen as the most important initiative that governments are really embarking on now. From road infrastructure to rail, to ports, airports, to even water facilities, as well as solar and other green-focused energy solutions. There are big opportunities in Africa today to woo investors, especially from countries like India, that have seen this true partnership growing from strength to strength. One good example, for example, in my country, we have the Shapoorji Group. This is one Indian group that has taken the risk. And they are not only into large-scale government infrastructure projects like water reticulation systems and also road infrastructure projects, but they are also into real estate to cater for the growing need and demand of one of the most growing sectors of our various countries, which is the middle class. In Africa today, I mean, thanks to advanced educational systems and also the demand from other continents to come and invest in our countries, there is a ready market for development programs like real estate. And companies like Shapoorji are really exploiting that in West Africa in particular. For example, they are in Ghana, they are in the Gambia and other places, and it is becoming bigger and bigger. Now, if you look at the overall physical infrastructure initiative of West African countries, for example, I mean, at the level of ECOWAS, we are talking about what we call developing together, which means that we have the Eco-Rail infrastructure project that all the countries have subscribed to, and they want to ensure that this is developed because most of us countries that are on the coast have big ports now that we are developing, and we are aiming for landlocked countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Chad, and other countries that don't actually have access to, river lines and also, waterways. And as a result, the volume of trade that is expected and the investment portfolio needed will require that we partner with investors like you here from India, so that you can invest in some of these projects. And these are, some of them are big multi-billion-dollar projects that are available for investment. And what we are encouraging now is not only an individual country-specific project. What we are focusing on now in the region is regionally diverse projects that will have large-scale impact. The market availability is there, and then also the goods and services are available to move from one country to the other to ensure that the benefits that are to be driven from these large-scale infrastructure projects are able to be paid quickly and within budget and within time. And that is why within the ECOWAS region and within our regional blocks, we are talking about developing together and having large-scale infrastructure projects together that we can use and then work together and then achieve within a sustainable time frame. If you look at the corridor projects, we have what we call the Abuja-Lagos to Dakar Road Corridor Project, which ECOWAS, the West African countries, umbrella union, is focusing on right now. This is more than 4,000 kilometers of roads that are going to be built from Lagos, going through to Benin, Togo, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone to Liberia. So the essence of this is that we pool our resources together, we partner with investors, and also, infrastructure project delivery contractors, like the large-scale contractors that we have in India or other countries that are partners of Africa, to ensure that these projects are realized. So, when we come to meetings like this, we want to focus more on those regionally diverse projects that have the capability and capacity to bring in infrastructure, model infrastructure, but infrastructure that benefits all the countries within the region. But I will not leave here without, of course, talking about my country, the Gambia. We have, it's one small country, and the good thing is that we speak English. Within a country, a region of about 17 countries, that all of them speak French or Portuguese. So, I think the Indian countries, the opportunities are there. For Indian companies, the opportunities are there. Very low cost-effective labor, ready-made, less bureaucracy, and also, the financial sector is booming. You have ready-made, buoyant, highly trained, efficient bureaucrats that are ready to work with you to deliver some of these projects, either internally or within the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now request Honorable Mr. Mamadou Abdoulaye Diallo, Minister of Infrastructure and Public Works, Republic of Guinea, to give a special keynote address.
Bonjour. So please allow me to speak in French, parce que ce que je dois dire est tellement important et je préfère parler en français, ça m'offre beaucoup plus de possibilités. Ok. Donc à l'entame, je souhaiterais d'abord remercier les autorités indiennes pour l'accueil dont la délégation guinéenne a fait l'objet depuis son arrivée dans ces terres, l'Inde, qui sont une terre d'hospitalité, mais aussi par-delà la délégation guinéenne, c'est quasiment toute l'Afrique, parce que l'Inde et l'Afrique, quand même, ils ont un destin assez lié. Et pourquoi? Moi, c'est ma première visite en Inde, mais j'étais très pressé de visiter ce pays parce que tout jeune, j'ai appris Gandhi et cette forme de résistance. Donc aujourd'hui, venir 65 ans après nos indépendances, venir parler d'infrastructure, c'est résolument parler d'une nouvelle forme de non-résistance pour l'Afrique, parce que de façon non violente. Parce que pourquoi? Quand vous prenez le continent africain, c'est 20% presque de la population mondiale, c'est-à-dire 1,3 milliard d'habitants, un peu comme la Chine ou l'Inde, pour prendre des mesures. Et c'est 30 millions de kilomètres carrés, dont 60% de terres fertiles. Et pourtant, on est là aujourd'hui à parler de défis d'infrastructure. Donc il faut se demander d'abord où se trouve le problème. Et je rappellerai, il y a quelques années, on a connu la pandémie Covid, on a connu aussi depuis quelques années des dérèglements climatiques. Et malheureusement, quand on regarde, à chaque fois, c'est l'Afrique qui paye le plus lourd tribut. Et pourtant, que ce soit Covid, que ce soit le dérèglement climatique, l'Afrique n'est pas forcément l'auteur ou le responsable, mais c'est nous qui payons l'addition. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est quoi? On est confronté à un défi, c'est-à-dire on a un monde qui est en train d'exclure un continent qui fait 20% de la population, qui a des terres fertiles, qui a une réserve minière pour le monde entier, parce que sans cette réserve, on ne peut pas avoir une économie aujourd'hui mondiale, que ce soit l'aluminium, le fer, etc. Et pourtant, l'Afrique est là confrontée au même problème. Moi, c'est mon 4e sommet que j'assiste. Le premier, c'était à Doha, pour les pays les moins avancés. J'étais là-bas sans conviction, parce que je ne comprenais pas qu'on me dise que la Guinée est un pays pauvre, si je sais toutes les richesses qu'on avait. Après aussi, on a eu le sommet de la BAD, ensuite de la BID. Là aussi, on a continué à parler de comment mobiliser des ressources pour les infrastructures. En gros, aujourd'hui, toute la question aujourd'hui, c'est quoi? On a un continent qui est riche, qui a un énorme potentiel, et malheureusement, que les agences de notation ne prennent pas forcément à la bonne mesure, parce qu'on nous considère comme un continent à risque, ce qui fait que quand un pays développé fait un prêt pour ses infrastructures, ça lui coûte moins cher qu'un pays développé. Donc en gros, l'injustice continue parce que non seulement on est vulnérable, mais nous devons payer plus cher au niveau des crédits. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est quoi? Tout le défi, c'est de savoir comment essayer de régler ce problème. Ça passe forcément par revoir le système. Donc je ne passerai pas en revue les bailleurs classiques qu'on a, que ce soit FMI, Banque mondiale, BAD, BID qui nous accompagnent. C'est déjà énorme ce qu'ils font, mais c'est de questionner tout ce système financier qu'on a aujourd'hui qui consiste à priver l'Afrique d'une bonne partie de ses ressources qu'il a besoin pour implémenter des infrastructures qui sont capables de soutenir son développement économique. Parce que de quoi il s'agit? Il s'agit quelque part de la répartition des richesses. Parce qu'un système ne peut tenir que s'il est équitable. Et l'équité commence par inégalité de tous face au marché financier. Mais sauf qu'aujourd'hui, on se rend compte que l'Afrique, malheureusement, paye le plus cher tribut. Et donc, c'est plus difficile. Moi, en tant que ministre des Infrastructures, je passe beaucoup de voyages à l'étranger. Et malheureusement, la plupart de ces voyages, c'est avec mon ami ministre de la Coopération pour chercher des financements. Parce qu'il faut que je passe mon temps à convaincre aux gens qu'un continent jeune, avec des terres fertiles de 60%, une jeunesse très dynamique, instruite, éduquée, qui compte 1,3 milliard d'habitants, a besoin de quelques milliards de dollars pour installer des infrastructures viables qui sont indispensables pour tout développement. Et ce défi aujourd'hui, qu'il s'agisse des infrastructures routières, ferroviaires, énergétiques, mais pour soutenir l'agropastoral ou l'industrie, on passe notre temps à chercher ces moyens. Et pourtant, nous tous, nous savons qu'aujourd'hui, on ne peut pas laisser le continent africain tout seul, parce qu'à lui seul, c'est une bonne partie des réserves du monde, des réserves minières qui servent à soutenir toute l'économie mondiale. Mais sauf qu'en contrepartie, on n'obtient pas ce qui nous est dû en termes d'investissement. Ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, il faudrait qu'on revoie peut-être nos schémas, et j'aime bien cette destination Inde, parce que c'est un pays du Sud, et contrairement à d'autres pays, l'Inde, en regardant le rétroviseur, peut comprendre aujourd'hui nos problématiques. Parce que peut-être il y a 30 ans, 40 ans, vous étiez confrontés au même problème que la Guinée aujourd'hui. Donc, c'est des pays du Sud qui, il y a quelques années, étaient au même niveau de développement avec les mêmes défis à relever. Donc aujourd'hui, il faudrait qu'on renforce peut-être cette coopération Sud-Sud, parce que vous nous comprenez mieux que les autres, parce qu'il y a 20 ans, 30 ans, vous étiez dans la même situation que nous. Mais derrière aussi, on a des destins plus ou moins liés. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, le monde est devenu un gros village planétaire. Les maladies, quand elles s'élèvent, c'est sans frontières. Le dérèglement climatique, c'est sans frontières. Et je ne comprends pas pourquoi au niveau de l'économie et l'accès aux moyens financiers, là, on met des barrières. On devrait l'ouvrir à tout le monde. Parce que c'est comme ça qu'on arrivera à régler ce problème. Et niveau africain aujourd'hui, la plupart des défis qu'on a au niveau de ces projets, c'est des projets qui vont au-delà de nos simples frontières. J'ai bien aimé l'exemple de mon ami tanzanien comme gambien qui a parlé de projets qui aillent au-delà des simples frontières, qui parlent de corridors, que ce soit au niveau de la CEDEAO qu'au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Est. Voilà, c'est des défis énergétiques. Il faudrait qu'on envisage des projets au-delà de nos simples États. Parce que nos États pris un à un, on n'a pas des économies qui nous permettent de soutenir cette politique d'infrastructure. Nos budgets nationaux de développement, les BND, ne peuvent pas supporter nos politiques d'infrastructure. Même dans les pays riches, ils ont privatisé ces secteurs. Aujourd'hui, que ce soit en France, aux États-Unis ou dans les autres pays, tout ce qui est infrastructure routière, énergétique, c'est géré par des privés. Donc aujourd'hui, il faudrait qu'on arrive à créer un cadre d'investissement qui soit là pour attirer les investissements étrangers, pour que ça soit un secteur privé qui puisse venir investir et s'en sortir. Et donc, une fois l'Afrique, pourquoi la Guinée? Aujourd'hui, la Guinée est en train de vivre une sorte de success story depuis septembre 2021, sous le leadership du général de corps d'armée. On est engagé dans un mouvement de refondation. On est en train de rectifier plein de choses. C'est un président qui a fait le choix d'investir énormément dans les infrastructures. Et puis donc, en 3 ans, on est à plus de 2000 km de bitume. Et pourtant, ça se poursuit. On travaille sur 2 corridors nord. Ces 2 corridors, c'est plus de 1000 km. C'est des projets d'autoroute à péage sur lesquels on est en train de travailler. C'est une nouvelle doctrine. Et aujourd'hui, tout ça, c'est à cause de quoi? De Simandou. Parce que Simandou, c'est le plus grand projet minier quasiment du monde actuellement qu'on a, avec une CAPEX, une valeur estimée à 20 milliards. Et on a réussi à mettre autour de la table des Occidentaux, des Asiatiques. Et donc, on voit que s'il s'agit d'intérêts stratégiques, les gens sont capables de s'asseoir sur la même table et de discuter. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est de se servir de cette locomotive de ressources minières pour tirer les autres wagons, à savoir le wagon d'infrastructure routière et ferroviaire, le wagon énergétique, le wagon agropastoral, mais aussi les défis de télécommunication, la santé, etc. Parce que finalement, un meilleur système de développement ne durera que si et seulement si il garantit une bonne répartition des ressources. Et les infrastructures contribuent à améliorer les conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Les richesses d'un pays, ce n'est pas juste les indicateurs macro. Parfois, il faut qu'on sorte de ces chiffres et qu'on aille vraiment à ce qui impacte directement le bien-être et le quotidien de nos populations. Et ça ne peut se faire que si et seulement si on a un réseau d'infrastructures qui puisse tenir la route, qui puisse soutenir une économie durable et responsable, et qui puisse aussi améliorer quotidiennement les conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Donc c'est un peu ça aujourd'hui le défi que la Guinée a, c'est le défi auquel l'Afrique est confrontée, mais on ne peut pas y parvenir seul. On aura toujours besoin de nos bailleurs classiques, que ce soit le FMI, la Banque mondiale, les banques de développement. Mais également, on aura besoin de renforcer les axes de coopération sud-sud. Et aujourd'hui, je citerai aussi un exemple, un des plus grands opérateur économique qu'on a en Guinée, ben c'est un Indien. C'est un Indien, mais dont le cœur bat pour la Guinée. Parce qu'il vit là-bas, ça fait plus de 30 ans. Aujourd'hui, c'est quelqu'un qui est là, qui est devenu un de nos ambassadeurs dans le monde entier. Donc, ça veut dire que la Guinée reste une terre fertile pour les affaires. L'Afrique reste une locomotive indispensable pour le développement du monde. Donc, on ne peut pas exclure une telle partie du monde. On ne peut pas laisser l'Afrique pour compte et avoir ces clichés d'un continent qu'avec des maladies et des guerres. Il faudrait un moment qu'on arrive à changer. Et plus je voyage en Afrique, plus je reste convaincu que c'est possible. Parce que j'ai vu le potentiel, on a les ressources humaines, on a une jeunesse dynamique éduquée qui a fait les grandes universités dans le monde, on a les ressources, on a des chefs qui de plus en plus ont la vision et la conviction, et puis on a des partenaires qui nous regardent de plus en plus avec égale dignité. Donc je pense que c'est à notre portée, c'est possible. Donc voilà, je ne serai pas trop long parce que j'imagine qu'il y aura d'autres interventions. Je tenais à vous remercier. S'il y a des maladresses, je m'excuse parce que bon, je n'ai pas fait l'école de la diplomatie. Je suis juste un jeune apprenti qui apprend à servir un État et un continent. Merci beaucoup.
We had so many addresses on infrastructure, the need for it, the way of funding it and all. And finally, the last word was the word from the heart, straight from the heart. Really hats off, sir. Very much for this. That builds the case for infrastructure more than anything else that can be said about it. Thank you very much for this. Friends, we had a very fruitful discussion. Mr. Naik covered the entire gamut. All the ministers gave instances of how to build infrastructure, and Indian companies, including mine, said how Indian companies have built world-class infrastructure in Africa, possibly bettering our northern neighbors also. Okay. So that would definitely build a case for strong cooperation between India and Africa. And rest of it is for us to sit together and find the ways and means. It's not just for India to do it. India, as you know, has just emerged out of the developing nation. We are talking about a Viksit Bharat now, developed India in times to come. But the resources are not unlimited. Therefore, where you got to find companies to build infrastructure, do come to Indian companies. And where you have to find funding sources, let us together find sources not just in India, elsewhere also. That would make a very strong, compelling case for building world-class infrastructure in Africa with not just bilateral, but trilateral or multilateral support. Thank you very much. I think we have overshot the time. There may not be any time available for questions unless one question I can feel from somebody. Yes, please. Only one. Yeah. Yeah, please. It's okay. There isn't first. First come first.
Hello,
Sir.
I am Harish Joshi. I am a retired railway professional and now work for a company in Calcutta called Lal Baba Group. We are basically into railway rolling stock and infrastructure business. We have been working in the African continent with the countries in a small way. And the experience I have gained, I would like to share here, that there is a lot of, infrastructure, as far as infrastructure is concerned, for a sustainable development, there is no comparison of developing railway systems as compared to any other systems. That everyone will agree. But there are low-hanging fruits in those countries, large number of those countries, which with a small investment can give a quantum jump to the economy. What are those? And there are no takers for it. We are very sorry to say. The requirement is that rolling stock is in a very dilapidated condition. And in place of buying a new wagon for $80,000, you can repair an old wagon for less than $10,000 to $20,000 at 20% of the cost of the wagon, new wagon, and make the system work, which is not happening today, and everything is going by road, whether it is even in countries like South Africa, and in countries, of course, we know that in Zimbabwe and Tanzania and Mozambique, there is a requirement. But the funding for this kind of projects is simply not there. Because perhaps the funding agencies look at huge pile. They look at investment of $50 million, $100 million. They are not interested in $5–10 million, which is what is required. My request to the funding agencies on the dais, outside the dais who are attending this is, they should look at opportunities as they are, not the size of the pie. Thank you very much.
Like I say, you should have come the earlier session, which was full of banks. Here, none of the bankers is here. So we cannot address this.
I hope they are, some of them are sitting here.
Sorry? Last, no more.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving an opportunity for this question. I'm Captain K.K. Sharma, an Indian Navy veteran from Maitri Aquatic. Many thanks to the panelists for the very insightful talks. As Africa advances for the sustainable development, access to clean drinking water remains a critical challenge in many regions. We, recognized by the United Nations for water stewardship, are the global leaders in atmospheric water generators. Under the brand name Meghdoot, offering an innovative clean water solution at scale. I would like to ask the panel, in particular the honorable ministers, what opportunities and partnerships can be explored to deploy Meghdoot AWGs in Africa, particularly in the water-scarce and contaminated water regions, to enhance drinking water security and support the continent's socio-economic growth. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. Thank you so much. This is a very important question and also something that is very close to the heart of African governments. As you may know, there has been a grand commitment from a number of African countries following the declaration by the United Nations to the commitment for provision of water to large swathe of our populations. Now, there is a big investment now going on in water provision facilities, water reticulation systems, and also water systems, water purifier systems to generate a system that can provide this very important resource to a large pool of populations and communities in different parts of our countries. I want to give an example of my country, the Gambia. I mean, of recent, we have been working with the government of India through the Exim Bank of India to open a line of credit for us to ensure that we have clean, portable drinking water accessible to almost all our communities. And since 2018, we have been able to benefit from about $22 million at different stages. And this is done very simple in a way that companies in India will be invited to participate in the international bidding system. And then the Indian Exim Bank, because of the fact that the money is coming from India, will give preference to Indian companies that have capacity. So I will urge some of you companies that are from India, to walk through our embassies to look at some of these water projects, because a lot of countries in our regions actually have so many large-scale water projects that they are pursuing with the Exim Bank of India to open a line of credit so that, because one of the issues, in fact, is that in many of the African capitals, we have these exhausted pipes that are linked to some form of cancer or whatever. And then a lot of our countries are now working with the Exim Bank of India to eliminate these pipes and to bring in cutting-edge pipes that will be provided to communities around, the capitals and other bigger cities where you have big populations. But in addition, we have very smart rural water reticulation systems that are powered by solar panels. And then these solar panels are provided through a line of credit from India, and our communities provide free labor so that it is cheaper to roll out these projects to some of these communities. And it is really gaining steam, and that is why you will see companies like Shapoorji and the rest, in many rural areas, providing water systems, and also VGI. I mean, I know they are into electricity lines, but also, water pipes. So there is a big investment opportunities. I mean, a lot of governments are, in fact, not waiting for PPP projects in this. What we are doing is that we are bankrolling this through either funding from our budgets or from the Exim Bank of India. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I want to respond with the first question from that. I didn't catch his name, but what he raised, it's very, very important, the issue of financing agencies. Especially for Tanzania, we have the experience of some of companies came to Tanzania to sign for the projects of making roads by EPC, we call EPC plus F. But at the end of the day, we found that those companies, they didn't have financial power. So they wanted to go to borrow money from financial institutions. So they failed to achieve that. And that's why these contracts were being signed up to date. They didn't start to construct those roads. So I think that's a very good message for fund agencies to look on this and to finance actually whatever they see this is important for any development, especially in infrastructure. They have to support them. That is my message. Thank you.
I would like to close this session with sincere thanks to all my colleagues on the dais, especially the Honorable Ministers and Mr. Sivala Naik, and to all the participants in the audience who participated with a lot of vigor and enthusiasm. If we do this on a sustained basis, I'm sure that cooperation on African infrastructure with Indian support, good days, better days are to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request all the panelists to come forward for a photo opportunity. Can I request all the panelists to come forward? So after a day of intense discussions, debates and knowledge sharing, it's time to unwind and celebrate our diversity. Tonight, we'll take you on a journey through music and dance, showcasing the rich cultural heritage of our country. I request all the delegates to be seated. Meanwhile, we are setting the stage for the cultural program.